Chapter 53. That night, Jiang and I, who was no longer West Chu's Princess Taiping, went down the mountain alone. Su Fengnian did not fly into a rage out of humiliation and destroy her rebellious cursive script. He just lay on the stone steps, drank half a pot of rice wine, ate all the beef, and waited for the east to turn white before leaving Taishu Temple. That day, Su Fengnian was still diligently practicing his blade. A clumsy bird always flies backward, always suffering a little. After dawn, the little boy sweeping the floor saw the scribbled words on the square and was shocked. He thought that an immortal had descended to the mortal world to write a heavenly book. He threw away his broom and ran back to the hall to call for his master. After his master read it, he called for his master again. Finally, the 6 most senior martial grandmasters of Wudong were all gathered. The only person in the world to have completed the Great Yellow Court Pass in the last 60 years was the sect leader Wang Zhonglo. Chen Yao, who was in charge of Wudong's moral precepts, was inflexible but not inflexible. He was over 90 years old, but his body was still healthy. He loved to walk in circles and reprimand the most talented disciple on the mountain. Before he finished scolding, he would begin to feel sorry for him. Song Zhiming, who had lived for 2 centuries and was a full 140 years old, appeared to be the lowest in seniority. He had already come out of the last prison pass 7 or 8 times. If he wasn't the first in the world, then he would be the second. At the same time, he was in charge of refining external elixirs. Wudong had nearly 100 elixirs, most of which came from his hands. Yu Xingrui, who had just returned from his travels in the Eastern Sea, was dressed sloppily. His inner strength was vigorous, second only to Wang Zhonglo. He had just reached 60 years old and had taken in a disciple with an exceptionally good constitution. The child was not even 20 years old. Wudong's seniority often had nothing to do with age. The sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, who was even more mute than a mute, was like an ancient well without ripples. It was as if he had no other concerns in his life besides the sword. In addition, the last person on Wudong Mountain was probably the one who did not do proper work and only pursued the illusory heavenly Tao, Hong Shixiang. Good writing. Chen Yao praised from the bottom of his heart. Excellent. Yu Xingrui nodded in agreement. Good writing is good. Apart from the 7 words at the end, this De Xiong is filled with grief and indignation, yet unyielding. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Song Zhiming, who was twice the age of an average person, sighed heavily. He bent his waist and stood at the beginning of the book, studying it carefully. Twirling his vine-like white eyebrows with one hand, he exclaimed in surprise, "Come to think of it, it seems that the seemingly redundant 7 words at the end are the finishing touches. What a great oath of death! Good calligraphy! Compared to the current cursive script, it's even more boundless and unrestrained. The dragon leaps over the heavenly gate and the tiger crouches on the mountain. What's more, it's a good piece of writing. It's hard to imagine that it came from a girl who's not even 20 years old." Wang Zhonglo's words sealed the coffin. "Shush, be softer," Junior Granduncle said nervously. "What's there to be afraid of? His Royal Highness is practicing his swordsmanship down there," Wang Zhonglo teased. "In any case, I'll be the only unlucky one when the time comes." Hong Shixiang muttered. "It's easy to get along with young people." "We're all old," Wang Zhonglo said with a smile. "Eldest senior brother, just because I'm young, you're pushing me into the fire pit?" Hong Shixiang said with grief and indignation. "Junior brother, you have to understand that if I don't enter hell, who will? The heavenly Tao is nothing more than this." Wang Zhonglo laughed. In front of his junior brothers, how could he have the demeanor of a transcendent Daoist immortal? Bullshit. That's Buddhist language. Hong Shixiang shouted. 10,000 streams flow from the east into the sea. The words are different, but the logic is the same. Yu Xingrui laughed, adding insult to injury. "Did you hear that? Your senior brother Yu's words are reasonable." Wang Zhonglo patted his junior brother's shoulder, then exchanged a smile with Yu Xingrui. They were all old and had no hope of immortalization. The greatest joy they had was to tease their junior brother a little. Who knew when they would be lying in a coffin, so they would say as many words as they could. Wang Zhonglo said, Junior brother, your calligraphy is the best here. Take advantage of the clear weather and copy it. Place it on the top floor of the sutra depository and store it carefully. Hong Xixiang rolled his eyes. If I don't write it, if His Royal Highness finds out, I'll lose a layer of skin. Wang Zhonglo laughed. At most, you won't copy the last 7 words. What's there to be afraid of? Hong Xixiang muttered. In any case, the one who gets beaten up won't be eldest senior brother. Wang Xiaoping, who had not spoken for 16 years, stood still for a long time. Finally, he said hoarsely, there's sword intent in the words. The 4 older senior brothers looked at each other, then they all smiled knowingly. Hong Xixiang, who had not heard his 6th senior brother speak ever since he came up the mountain, said in despair, I'll write it. 3 days later, thunder boomed loudly. Su Fengnian came to the Great Void Temple again with an oil paper umbrella. After the rain, there was only darkness on the ground. The rain gradually became heavier. The raindrops poured down on the umbrella and made a pitter-patter sound. He saw a thin figure carrying a peachwood sword come to the square and stand in the other corner. Su Fengnian did not know if the white-haired old man had left Bailiang Palace or not. Otherwise, he could have called him over to fight with this sword maniac. After the life-or-death battle with the Dongyue swordsman, it was different to watch experts fight. It was no longer just a show. Dispelling this tempting idea, Su Fengnian turned and went down the mountain. Outside the thatched cottage, Wutong Garden's first-class maid, Bluebird, stood in the thunderstorm. She held an oil paper umbrella with a blue luan painted on it, quietly waiting for His Royal Highness. Bluebird brought with her a letter that de Zhugua had personally handed to her. Su Fengnian walked into the room that was filled with secret manuals and almost had no place to stand. The bed, table, and chairs had already been piled up. There was only a clean space in the corner. Unsurprisingly, that was where Jiang and I slept. Su Fengnian sat on a pile of books. He tore a few pages from the tiger cage saber to wipe his face, and then tore a few pages to wipe the rain off his hands. Only then did he open the letter. In the letter, Su Xiao wrote that he had already sent people to the capital to gather information. He did not hide anything. He had begun to prepare to invite a bodhisattva to suppress Eunuch Sunday. In 2 years, he would make Eunuch's son lose his power. What really stunned Su Fengnian was that Su Xiao had finally uncovered the mystery. Why did he want him to come to Wudong? He wanted Wang Zhonglo to transfer his mystic understanding cultivation to him. This was a shady business that defied the heavens. Was he not afraid of being struck by lightning? Su Fengnian destroyed the secret letter. His heart was in turmoil. He raised his head to look at Bluebird, who was standing at the door, and asked, Can internal energy be transferred to others? If so, as long as one passes on one's internal energy before death, won't the experts of the sects and large sects become stronger with each generation? Bluebird said calmly, The effects of a pill or a bowl of rice vary from person to person. The amount of internal energy transferred is at most half. There was once a devil in Jianghu. His internal energy was profound. He liked to forcefully transfer internal energy to others. He saw with his own eyes how those people's bodies could not bear the burden. In the end, their limbs exploded and they died. Only a complete head was left. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. There's such a madman who harms others without benefiting himself? Bluebird nodded. Su Fengnian asked, Do you think this is Su Zhao's idea or my master's? Bluebird replied honestly, I don't dare to say. Su Fengnian said helplessly, Then it must be Su Xiao. Chapter 54. Bluebird looked around and unexpectedly smiled. Su Fengnian said softly, Wait for the rain to lessen before you go down the mountain. Bluebird made a sound of agreement. Bluebird still had to go down the mountain in the end. Su Fengnian accompanied her to the Black Tortoise Dongxing Memorial Arch before turning around. Returning to the thatched cottage, Su Fengnian looked at the muddy vegetable garden and chuckled. If you hate me, why do you have to write it down? If second sister finds out, won't you be looking for a beating again? Girl, you don't remember a good beating. Following that, His Royal Highness continued to immerse himself in practicing his blade. However, he began to boldly go to the purple bamboo forest on Big Lotus Peak to look for trouble. It must be known that that was the forbidden area of the founder, Wang Xiaoping. Few of the same generation as this sword maniac on Wudong Mountain dared to disturb him. Only the young martial granduncle would go there to graze or find some suitable slender purple bamboo to make a fishing rod. The first time Su Fengnian went to the purple bamboo forest, he was forced out by a sword strike that cut through dozens of purple bamboo trees. The second time, he recklessly took a sword strike and ended up lying on a wooden plank bed for half a month, causing Wudong Mountain to take out a good bottle of high-grade pills. When Su Fengnian was able to split open a waterfall, he visited the purple bamboo forest again. However, after a sword strike, he was forced to withdraw. He still didn't see the sword maniac's face. However, he didn't immediately fall to the ground and couldn't get up. In any case, he was able to stagger back to the thatched cottage. Wudong Mountain and Mount Longhu were both of the Cauldron branch. Not only did they promote the cultivation of the dragon and tiger embryonic breathing technique, but they also accepted the external pills that Mount Longhu condemned as heretical. Qingyun Peak had several Qinjun cauldrons. The alchemists were the ones on the mountain who were most willing to endure hardships. Every year, they consumed nearly 10,000 caddies of charcoal. Su Fengnian once went to Qingyun Peak to observe the cauldron opening ceremony. It was said that apart from the main peak of Lotus Peak, this mountain was the most evil and inviolable. One had to choose an auspicious day to build an altar and burn talismans. The alchemists would kneel at the foot of the peak and pray to the heavenly sovereign of the great Tao. Only after the ceremony did they ascend the mountain. This finally made His Royal Highness understand that cultivating the Tao wasn't easy, and alchemy was even harder. However, this didn't stop Su Fengnian from eating pills like a cow chewing on peonies. This made Hong Shixiang, who had finally convinced his third martial brother Song Jiming to allow His Royal Highness to enter the mountain to watch the alchemy, extremely angry. He had no choice but to throw a flirtatious glance at this heartless blind man. Eldest martial brother had said that young people were easy to communicate with. This was completely unreasonable. The scent of osmanthus on the mountain was very fragrant. Other than competing with the waterfall at the foot of the Immortal hanging peak, Su Fengnian would occasionally go to the purple bamboo forest to fight with Wang Xiaoping. Finally, he was barely able to withstand one sword strike without falling. Although it was just one sword strike, whether or not Su Fengnian fell or not meant that Su Fengnian had reached a higher level in his saber practice. Probably because he suddenly discovered that the number of purple bamboos in the purple bamboo forest had suddenly decreased, the sword fanatic's next sword strike was even more unpredictable. Very few people could have predicted that the notorious His Royal Highness could really stay on Mount Wudong for half a year. Some of the young Daoists who had come into contact with the affairs of the mortal world were guessing whether or not His Royal Highness had hidden a dozen or so beautiful maids on the mountain, or whether or not His Royal Highness was feasting on fish and meat every day. At the same time, the number of times they saw their young martial granduncle decreased. Therefore, there were also young Taoists who spread rumors that His Royal Highness was the reincarnation of a devil and needed the reincarnation of Great Emperor Zhenwu's young martial granduncle to suppress him. The bull-riding Hong Shixiang turned a deaf ear to the rumors and did not take the initiative to explain anything. When he met a younger Taoist who was younger than him and asked such questions, he would answer with a smile. His Royal Highness is reading the Cloud Bookcase 7 Lots and Daoist Ishu. He is very attentive. If it was someone else who said this, naturally no one would be willing to believe it. But when it came from the martial granduncle's mouth, it was still doubtful. Occasionally, a Taoist priest, whose seniority was neither low nor low, would ask with righteous indignation, Hong Shu, that person surnamed Su did not want to be His Highness the heir apparent. Why did he come to Mount Wudong to abuse his power? Who is he practicing his blade for? The young martial granduncle laughed and said, probably for him to practice his blade for himself. His Royal Highness is born rich and noble. His hobbies will always be different from ordinary people. He is indeed a bit different. There would always be people who couldn't help but sneer. He must have secretly learned our Wudong's secret techniques and practiced his blade so that he can go down the mountain to commit evil. At this time, the young martial granduncle fell silent. Today, he had released the green ox and walked alone through the mountain forest towards the hanging coffin. He saw a Wudong Mountain's unique autumn cicada fly past his eyes. Hong Xixiang didn't seem to speed up his pace, but after walking a few steps like a drunkard, he caught up with the autumn cicada and gently pinched it, blocking it just before it crashed into a spider web. The young martial granduncle lowered his head and bent his waist as he walked past the spider web. Only then did he release his 2 fingers and release the autumn cicada. Actually, after this cicada evolved from a larva to an adult, its lifespan was at most 3 months. But Hong Xixiang still saved it, without any reason. He just did a small thing that couldn't be more natural. This martial granduncle, who had been doing small things like this for more than 20 years on the mountain, had always been regarded by everyone as the best candidate to comprehend the way of heaven. But it seemed that he himself didn't know what the way of heaven was, nor did he spend any effort to think deeply. He ate, drank, pooped, herded cows, read books, and enjoyed the scenery. Hong Xixiang slowly walked out of the thatched hut and saw His Royal Highness picking a cucumber from the vegetable garden and putting it in his mouth to chew on. Hong Xixiang wanted to steal a cucumber to taste while His Royal Highness wasn't paying attention, but Su Fengyan used the embroidered winter scabbard to slap away his claws. Hong Xixiang, who could only crouch on the side and watch curiously, asked, "His Royal Highness, is he really willing to part with the red and tender wine face, clear and beautiful singing voice, delicacies and brocade bedding of the prince's estate?" Su Fengyan laughed, saying, "If you did this every day for more than 10 years, you would also be willing." Hong Xixiang shook his head, saying, "I just can't bear to part with this mountain." Su Fengyan said disdainfully, "You're a coward, these are 2 different things." Hong Xixiang pursed his lips. This was the young martial granduncle's greatest protest. Su Fengyan said mockingly, "I even dare to go up the mountain to practice the blade, you don't dare to go down the mountain? Are there groups of demons and monsters at the foot of the mountain, or are there demons and monsters everywhere? Taking a step back, even if there are, don't we need you Daoists to slay demons and monsters?" Hong Xixiang still shook his head vigorously. Su Fengyan didn't waste any more saliva, asking, "I'm going to the purple bamboo forest, are you coming with me?" Hong Xixiang shook his head even more like a rattledrum, waving his hand, saying, "I'm not going, even senior brother Wang won't let me go there to graze the cows anymore." Su Fengyan gnawed on a cucumber, carrying the winter embroidered blade as he left the little vegetable garden, saying vaguely, "What's so great about being #1 in the world? It's better to be the only one in the world. Everyone is fighting for the title of #1 in the world. In the end there's only one person, but the latter is something that everyone has a chance of attaining. This is the way of the heavens." Hong Xixiang squatted on the ground, his hands supporting his cheeks as he sank into deep thought. "I understand a little, but I don't understand a little." Su Fengyan, who was walking with his back facing Hong Xixiang, coldly snorted, "Don't steal cucumbers anymore, I've already counted them. If I find out that you're missing even one, I'll beat you until your 3 legs are covered in blood. Do you understand?" Hong Xixiang squeezed out a smile, saying, "I understand very well." Chapter 55. Su Fengyan was just about to go to the mute sword maniac to learn about the so-called sword energy when he heard a pig-like wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, accompanied by a mournful cry that sounded like the death of one's parents. Su Fengyan turned around with a smile and saw a big meatball rolling and crawling over. He quickly used the winter embroidery scabbard to block the momentum of the meatball that weighed 150 kilograms. Only Chu Lushan, this fat weirdo, dared to act so shamelessly and seductively in front of His Royal Highness. Seeing the dark-skinned Su Fengyan, the fat man nicknamed Lu Qiu, struggled to squat at the feet of the crown prince with snot and tears. His white and fat hands held the winter embroidery scabbard as he sobbed. Su Fengyan liked to see Lu Qiu's exaggerated actions the most. He was happy every time he saw it. As for whether it was real or fake, as long as the Su royal banner didn't fall, it couldn't be any more real. Su Fengyan pulled out the scabbard and patted the dignified General Long Wu's cheeks. "Get up and talk. You're a 3rd-rank secondary class general. I've never heard of you kneeling to your parents before me. However, I've heard that you vent your anger on your parents for no reason. By the way, Lu Qiu, have you finished the task that Su Shao gave you?" Chu Lushan didn't bother to wipe off the buckets of sweat that he had crawled out of Wudong. He struggled to get up, the fat on his body trembling. He really didn't know how his maidservants and concubines could withstand the pressure of 150 kilograms of fat. The round fat ball smiled flatteringly and said, "It's almost done. There are people watching over the rest. There won't be any loopholes. Lu Qiu's parents are two disrespectful old people. They only gave birth to me and did a good deed. Why should I kneel? On the other hand, His Royal Highness is wise and powerful. He monopolizes the world and is talented. Today, he has achieved great success in his saber practice. He is a master of both the pen and the sword. He is willing to kneel to your highness even if he dies. Your highness, this mountain is really not a place for people to stay. Lu Qiu boldly invites your highness back to the mansion. Hey, Lu Qiu went out to do some work this time and found a pair of lovely twin lotus flowers on one stalk in Gangnam-do for your highness. They are only in their prime, but they are as plump as a beautiful woman. Your highness, you can pick them. Su Fengyan's face was gloomy. Chu Lushan, who did not know how he had angered his royal highness, suddenly thought of the old servant with missing front teeth. Among the 9 sabers, sword 2 seemed to be called twin lotus flowers on one stalk. The fat man quickly slapped himself twice. He used a lot of strength and was not careless at all. His whole face was red as braised meat. He said regretfully, "This lowly one deserves to die." Su Fengyan put his arm around Chu Lushan's shoulder and laughed. "Look, the relationship between us brothers has become estranged, hasn't it? I was just trying to scare you, and you took it seriously? You deserve to be slapped." Lu Qiu nodded vigorously and slapped herself twice. The slapping sounds were unusually loud. She had definitely used all the strength she had last night to drink milk. Chu Lushan was notorious in Liang land. He had truly reached the level of innumerable crimes. One of them was that as long as he heard that a beautiful woman had given birth to a child, he would kidnap her and bring her to his mansion to drink milk. If the milk was good, the result would be good. After eating and drinking, she would be rewarded with silver tails. If the milk was bad, her breasts would be cut off. This kind of jackal had always been a dog in Liang Prince's mansion. But this dog had followed the Great Pillar State to the north and south. It had once carried Su Shao on the battlefield and blocked a full 11 swords. Therefore, when Su Shao was conferred the title of queen, he had promised his adopted son Chu Lushan that he could commit 11 capital crimes and not die. The other adopted sons had their own factions, but they all despised Chu Lushan. For example, Yuan Zhuozong had never looked at this fat man properly, let alone the butcher Chen Zhibao, who had even said that he would light Lu Qiu's body up as a sky lantern in the future. Su Fengyan brought Chu Lushan to the elephant washing pool. It was immediately cool. Looking at Yuan Qiu carefully squatting down and splashing some water on her face, Su Fengyan asked with a smile, "You didn't come all the way up the mountain just to howl a few times in front of me, right?" Chu Lushan raised his head and smiled. "There are some interesting news recently. I was afraid that your highness would be lonely on the mountain, so I wanted to tell you to relieve your boredom." Su Fengyan was interested. "Lu Qiu is still the warmest. Quickly tell me." Chu Lushan sat down on a stone and said with a smile of exultation, "The first is that a young genius swordsman named Wu Luding appeared in the Wu family's sword tomb. He left the sword tomb at the age of 20 and went down the mountain to challenge the world's famous swordsman. So far, he has not been defeated. He will soon reach the Yu King's sword pool. There will be a good show soon. This man surnamed Wu's swordsmanship is very good. He walked from the north to the south with a single sword. Although he has never fought with a level 1 master, there are 6 or 7 masters who died under his sword who have been famous for decades. However, Lu Qiu thinks that no matter how powerful his sword is, it is like an embroidery needle compared to your highness' saber." Su Fengyan smiled and did not comment. He signaled with his eyes for Lu Qiu to continue. Lu Qiu wiped the water droplets on his face that were warmed by his body temperature as soon as he came out of the pool. He continued, "The next 2 things are related to Second Commandery Princess. 2 years ago, Second Commandery Princess was the invigilator of the Shangyin Academy. She gave a 5-character quatrain to a scholar from Western Shu and said that it was unbearable to look at. The scholar was not convinced and asked who in the world could look good in poetry. "Your Highness, do you know what Second Commandery Princess said?" Second Commandery Princess's comments almost angered all the literary and famous scholars in the dynasty. She commented that Song Chiman's poetry was dispirited and full of lewdness in the boudoir and the feelings of visiting prostitutes. She commented that Grand Secretary Yuan Jiang, Shen Haitang, Zhang Jiao and the like were weak in technique and thought, fishing for fame. Overall, their talent was not high and their interest was not high. They were far from being called great poets. She commented that the great poet of Shangyin Academy, Yan Jidao's short chapter, Xiao Ling, was pure music of nature and could not be seen through human effort. Even Second Commandery Princess's teacher, Su Huang, did not escape the disaster. He was commented that he was full of emotion and less of reality. For example, although the beauty from a poor family was extremely beautiful, she lacked the bearing of wealth and honor. In the end, the scholar who was arrogant because of his talent was dumbfounded and had no more arrogance. He could only quietly ask the first CI deity, Li Fuzhen, what should he do? Who would have thought that Second Commandery Princess still commented that the poem could only be read as unreadable, could not be called a poem and could not be sung. As for the rest of the people under Li Fuzhen, they could not even read it. Chu Lushan was panting as he spoke, but he was in high spirits. It was strange to say that Su Jihu, one of the 2 women of the Pillar State, hated Lu Qiu to the core and wished that he could beat her to death. On the contrary, Su Weisheng, who had an outstanding reputation, did not have much dislike for this fatty. As for his younger brother, Su Fengyan, who was hanging out with Chu Lushan, he had never asked about it. Su Fengyan laughed and said, "This is great. The scholars in the world will be mad and stomping their feet." Lu Qiu laughed and said, "Your Highness is wise. Once this comment was out of the academy, the world will be full of curses. On this trip, I will chop off the 10 fingers of a guy who dared to write an article accusing Second Commandery Princess of being arrogant and overconfident." Su Fengyan intentionally skipped this topic and asked, "The last one?" Chu Lushan's face was fierce. A young man came out of nowhere and ran to Shangyin Academy. He wanted to play chess with Second Commandery Princess, saying that he wanted to learn from the ancients and play 10 rounds of chess. Su Fengyan was surprised. "My second sister agreed." Chu Lushan, whose eyebrows were full of murderous intent, sighed and said helplessly, "Second Commandery Princess agreed." They played 10 rounds in 10 days, 5 wins and 5 losses. Su Fengyan smiled and asked, "I guess it's still the 12 chessboards and not the 19 that my second sister created?" Chu Lushan nodded. Su Fengyan understood and said, "This means that no matter how good that person is at chess, he is not qualified to play with my sister on the 19 chessboards." Chu Lushan, who was in the shape of Mithria, withdrew his murderous intent and immediately became complacent. Su Fengyan smiled and said, "After hearing your words, I remember one thing. My second sister doesn't like me to practice the knife. I have to go down the mountain and flatter her." Lu Qiu's eyes narrowed into slits, and she seemed to be very happy. Su Fengyan stood up and said, "I still have to practice the knife. When you go down the mountain, go to the vegetable garden and pick 2 cucumbers to try. Fatty like you can't live without meat. You can only live long if you eat vegetables occasionally." Chu Lushan hurriedly stood up, his face full of gratitude. Su Fengyan took off his clothes and placed the embroidered winter saber on the shore. He jumped into the deep pool like a fish. Chu Lushan picked 2 cucumbers, 1 in each hand, no more and no less. After walking for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he met up with the imperial bodyguards and slowly went down the mountain. He went up the mountain by the main road that led to the Black Tortoise Dongxing Memorial Arch. When he went down the mountain, he chose the Southern Divine Path, where pilgrims went up the mountain to offer incense. The path was more than 20 miles long, with peaks like bamboo shoots and rivers like silk. Chu Lushan was silent and even ate the bottom of the cucumber into his stomach. The imperial bodyguard commander was a strong general who killed people like scything flax. He had a good relationship with the master and servant of this adopted son of the Great Pillar State. He half-jokingly said that the general was in such a good mood that he was even interested in cucumbers. Chu Lushan didn't say anything and slapped him. The force was heavy and extremely vicious, knocking out several of the general's teeth. The general swallowed the blood and teeth in his stomach and knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Lu Qiu, who was laughing at His Royal Highness's teasing and even slapping, was expressionless. She walked on the mountain path and didn't even look at the terrified commander. She only looked back at the towering lotus peak and said softly, "I'm really not suited to be on the mountain." Chapter 56. Su Fengnian found a large handful of pebbles at the bottom of the lake, threw them on the ground, and then jumped into the deep, bone-chilling lake. He repeated this process repeatedly, and in half a day he had found more than 40 pebbles. He filtered out half of them and piled them in the cave behind the waterfall. After doing this strange thing, he took his saber and went to the bamboo forest. Although it was called the purple bamboo forest, it was actually mixed with a lot of Phoebe bamboos and abacus bamboos. Tens of thousands of bamboos gathered together to form a sea of bamboos. When the wind blew, the bamboo billowed, full of vitality. Su Fengnian liked to come here to catch some bamboo chickens and zither-playing frogs to eat. There was no reason for him not to take advantage of the situation. He heard from the bull rider that when winter came, the winter bamboo shoots here were the most delicious. Su Fengnian did not know if he could survive until that day. Wudong's #1 idiot lived in a simple bamboo house in the depths of the sea of bamboos. When he practiced his sword, he liked to walk on the waves above the bamboo forest. The power of his sword was like a wave, truly irresistible. As soon as Su Fengnian entered the bamboo forest, he took out the embroidered winter, always on guard against that sword maniac Wang Xiaoping's inexplicable sword. But today, for some reason, even when Su Fengnian saw the bamboo house, Wang Xiaoping still had not made his move. Su Fengnian's clothes were already soaked through. No wonder His Royal Highness was walking on thin ice. That sword maniac was a real idiot. He did not care about Bailiang's 300,000-strong cavalry, did not care about the great pillar state Su Shao, and did not care about the 4-character memorial arch at the foot of Mount Wudong. In his heart, there was only the sword. Therefore, every time he only made one move, Su Fengnian had to concentrate all his energy and be careful to deal with it. Wang Xiaoping slowly walked out of the bamboo house and sat on a bamboo chair. He did not carry the shinshu that was the treasure of the mountain. Su Fengnian returned the embroidered winter to its sheath and walked over to sit on the chair opposite Wang Xiaoping. The sword maniac who did not carry a sword was just a handsome middle-aged uncle with a stiff expression and plain Taoist robe. Wang Xiaoping became a Wudong Taoist very late. It was rumored that before he came to the mountain, he was a rich man's playboy who did not seek an official career. He was infatuated with beauties and swords. After he was hurt, he regarded beauties as a tiger and wolf. In anger, he spent all his family's wealth and joined Wudong. Of Wudong's sword, which others could not understand in their lifetime. But, of Wudong's of Wudong. Of Wudong, sword he. Of T sword of Wudong's. Wang's and of the T he. Of. Su Fengnian sat there for a few hours. He only saw the #1 fool of Wudong Mountain chewing the tea leaves slowly. Compared to the tea of spring and summer, autumn tea was slightly older. The taste of the tea was bland. It was the first time he saw a person eating it. Su Fengnian listened to the rustling of the bamboo leaves. For some reason, he thought of a bamboo poem that his second sister had written. It described the sound of bamboo as the sound of people suffering and the sobbing of beauties in their twilight years. At that time, it was very praised by scholars. Now that she had made such a harsh comment in Shangyin Academy, the scholars regretted that they had praised Su Weisheng. Su Fengnian looked around. There was only bamboo. He felt bored. Holding the embroidered winter tightly, he got up and left silently. Wang Xiaoping looked at His Royal Highness's back. He seemed to be hesitating whether or not to make a long sword out of a bamboo. Su Fengnian left the bamboo forest. His clothes were soaked again. The bamboo forest was indeed not a place for people to stay. Su Fengnian's heart trembled even more when he didn't use his sword. The osmanthus seeds on the mountain had all fallen. Su Fengnian didn't know how many times he had gone up and down the deep pool at the bottom of Xianxian Peak. He didn't leave behind any other places on Mount Wudong with water and lakes. He finally found more than 400 pebbles. They were black and white, and he piled them up in the thatched cottage. His Royal Highness used the embroidered winter to chop the waterfall and used the embroidered winter to carve stones. There was a sword art in the Qingshui Pavilion sword practice record that was similar to women's embroidery. It was called Fairy Scattering Flowers. It was the most exquisite and mysterious. It was probably comparable to the profound sword art of the Wu family's sword tomb. Su Fengnian applied this sword art to the tip of the embroidered winter. Every stroke and stroke was extremely taxing. At first, he could only carve 2 or 3 stones a day. As he got better, he could carve 4 or 5 stones a day. When it snowed on the mountain, Su Fengnian could close his eyes and carve 13 or 14 stones in a day. Su Fengnian counted with his fingers. It was about time to leave Mount Wudong. After all, he still had to go to Jiuhua to ring the bell. For the Bailiang Palace, this was something that could not be changed even by thunder. For some reason, Su Fengnian became more and more indifferent to the matter of Mount Wudong's sect leader Wang Zhonglo transferring his internal energy. He didn't know if it was the bull-riding Hong Shixiang's way of the heavens, or Wang Xiaoping's sword and bamboo, or the death pledge in front of Taishu Temple. Hong Shixiang patiently carved 361 stones. There were 181 black stones, and 180 white stones. There were 19 in length and breadth, and 19 multiplied to 361 stones. Imperceptibly, Su Fengnian's knife art went from rough to fine. Occasionally, he would go to the bamboo forest to ask for a beating. He could actually force the sword maniac Wang Xiaoping to use his sword. He had to chop down a dozen purple bamboos before he could chase his Royal Highness out of the bamboo forest. Most recently, probably because he was extremely fed up with the Crown Prince and Xiudong, he struck again and again, forcefully cleaving out a large empty space in the northeast corner of the purple bamboo forest. Outside the bamboo building, Wang Zhonglo sat across from the sword maniac. He chewed on the raw tea leaves and asked with a smile, "How's the guiding of qi?" Wang Xiaoping, who had only spoken in front of Taishu Temple, nodded. Wang Zhonglo said, "Every time you strike with your sword, you chase Su Fengnian's knife art and qi to one place. The green water pavilion is hidden in the dark, concealing the sword formula. You can clear your mind and guide it." I never thought that Su Fengnian would use his knife art to carve the chess pieces. He accidentally obtained the essence of the Jiazi sword practice manual. Moreover, he learned the tortoise breathing technique from an unknown master. He practiced his knife art at the bottom of the deep pool at the foot of the peak. It's different from my Mount Wudong's mantra. I originally thought that my Great Yellow Courtyard would at most give this His Royal Highness 30 to 40%. Now, it seems that even 50 to 60% is not impossible. The sword maniac's face was filled with anger. The peachwood sword shantu, which had been placed horizontally on the bamboo table, jumped up without warning. Wang Zhonglo stretched out his hand and lightly brushed the table. The ancient sword shantu returned to silence. He smiled and said, "Idiot, with your impetuous temperament, how can you help Wudong surpass the foundation of the Wu family's sword tomb that has been accumulated for more than 10 generations?" Wang Xiaoping smiled. He picked up a handful of emerald green tea leaves from the bamboo basin and chewed them in large mouthfuls. Wang Zhonglo joked, "Do you really have the heart to let your little shitty carry the heavenly Tao of martial arts alone? In the end, Shixiang is only a young man who hasn't even reached 30. Aren't you afraid of tiring him out? Among us seniors who only have age but not comprehension, you are the closest to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, don't look at your unpleasant expression when you talk about Shixiang. I know that among the seniors, you think the most highly of this little shitty. Therefore, when His Royal Highness leaves the mountain, you have to be more diligent. Carry the burden and learn from Wu Luding of the Wu family's sword tomb. Walk around the East China Sea, the South China Sea, Bailiang and the Western barbarians. Walk around and maybe your sword Tao will be completed. Sitting down and discussing the Tao is not a good way to put it." Wudong's #1 idiot nodded. His gaze was lonely as he looked at this senior apprentice brother who spoke so casually. Wang Zhonglo saw this gaze and laughed heartily. It's just a small yellow court. Compared to Wudong's 1,000-year plan, what is it? Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping shook his head. He probably wanted to say that this yellow court was not small. Wang Zhonglo ignored this and chuckled. I had Xixiang secretly hide a few chess pieces. At this time, His Royal Highness probably couldn't find our little shitty. He can only bitterly go to the bottom of the pond to look for stones. I have to hurry. The sword maniac subconsciously reached out to grab the peachwood sword. The Wudong sect leader shook his head. He slowly got up and walked out of the purple bamboo forest. Wang Xiaoping sat in front of the bamboo building in a daze. He turned around and slashed down the bamboo building. Chapter 57. An expert would pay attention to qi, a dynasty would have its luck, and a sect would have its atmosphere. There were 3 sects in the world. Mount Longhu was highly regarded by the Liang dynasty and had been the leader of the orthodoxy for hundreds of years. Each of the 4 celestial masters was more profound than the other. Mount Longhu produced many geniuses, and almost every generation there would be 1 or 2 geniuses who had the potential to become the sect leader. In the last 100 years, there was Gu Hong, who wrote the Tai Chi Jindan, who denounced external alchemy as a heretical school. She wrote a voluminous 200,000 incantations, pointing the spearhead at Wudong, criticizing Wudong's standing pie until it was completely black and blue. 50 years ago, there was Qi Xuanzhen who single-handedly slaughtered 6 demon sect protectors. It was a pity that until the demon-slaying platform of Mount Longhu, this Shinran was never able to compete with Wang Xianxia. Otherwise, the title of number 1 wouldn't be empty. 30 years ago, there was a celestial master protector who was proficient in internal alchemy. He forcibly extended the old emperor's lifespan by 15 years. It was rumored that this was a method of exchanging one's life for another. This celestial master, who once said in his prime that he would live for 60 years, passed away before reaching 70. However, he brought 100 years of glory to Mount Longhu. 10 years ago, there was a debate between Buddhism and Taoism that lasted 100 days. In the end, it was decided by an unknown Daoist from Mount Longhu. His eloquence was brilliant, and his teachings were exquisite. The 2 Zen temples who had victory in their grasp could only admit defeat. As for Wudong, it seemed that in the last 100 years, there wasn't anyone or anything worth mentioning. Where did the grand atmosphere come from? If Wang Zhonglo hadn't cultivated the great yellow courtyard, this mountain would have been forgotten by the world except for the devout Baoyang pilgrims. There were still big and small lotus peaks, jade pillars, and the black tortoise. Today, Hong Xixiang was concocting pills with the oldest senior on the mountain, Song Jiming. However, it wasn't the blue cloud peak with the largest pill furnace in the world, but rather the little lotus peak. The bronze furnace was only half the height of a person, and it didn't consume much charcoal, sulfur, or Dan stones. They didn't pick a good day, didn't build an altar or draw scrolls, and didn't set up any treasured swords or ancient mirrors to ward off evil spirits. From an outsider's point of view, it didn't look like they were concocting pills at all. But Song Jiming was extremely nervous, 100 times more so than when he was on the blue cloud peak. He squatted on the ground and personally controlled the fire, not even noticing that his 2 strands of white eyebrows were drooping to the ground. At Song Jiming's age, he had concocted countless pills, and many of them were sent to the hands of high officials and dignitaries through various channels, even to the imperial relatives in the capital. The Knowing Destiny pill was quite famous throughout the dynasty, but the old man knew that concocting pills was like cultivating the Tao. His comprehension was limited, and he lacked the perfect harmony of yin and yang. Therefore, when the Taiji Golden Pill was first published, Song Jiming could only smile bitterly, unable to refute it. But after little junior brother came up the mountain and read all the books, he found a new path. He didn't restrict himself to inner and outer elixirs, and cultivated both inner and outer elixirs. Therefore, in these years of concocting pills, it wasn't Song Jiming who taught Hong Xixiang how to subdue dragons and tigers, but senior brother who was willing to be the fire boy for little junior brother. In the eyes of His Royal Highness, this bull rider was the most idle person, but in the eyes of all the senior brothers, Hong Xixiang was the reincarnation of the Zhenwu great emperor who had a chance to turn the tide. In the eyes of the sect leader Wang Zhonglo, the 4,000-word Deed of Thorough Comprehension was the most profound secret scripture in the 500 years of Taoism. How was it teaching people how to concoct pills? It was teaching people how to attain the supreme great Tao. Wang Zhonglo never hid anything, and it was precisely these 4,000 words that gave him the confidence to practice the Great Yellow Court Pass. There was also the fist technique that Su Fengnian learned, which was clearly the highest realm of combining the Jade Pillar Mantra and Wudong swordsmanship. It wasn't found in the pavilion of scriptures as Hong Xixiang said, but was comprehended by this young grand martial uncle in his boring daily divinations. It was the most compatible with the Tao of heaven. How would the young Daoist priest know how shocking his actions were? Perhaps even if he knew, with his cowardly character of being scolded by His Royal Highness every day as a coward, he would only nag that the bottom of the mountain was too scary, and that he wouldn't leave the mountain until he became number one in the world. Hong Xixiang furrowed his brows as he stared at the pill cauldron. He suddenly pulled senior brother Song and shouted, "Retreat!" Song Jiming knew something was wrong. No matter how precious a cauldron of pills that cost countless gold and silver was, how could it compare to junior brother? He immediately rolled up his sleeves, bringing Hong Xixiang with him as he swiftly floated backwards. With a boom, the pill cauldron exploded. The entire Wudong sect heard this ear-piercing boom. Thick green smoke could be seen rising in spirals from all the Daoist temples and palaces on the various mountain peaks. They didn't make a fuss about it, and after looking up and seeing this smoke, they continued to work. "Ha, our grand martial uncle is being naughty again." On Little Lotus Peak, the two martial brothers were in a very sorry state. The cuffs of Song Jiming's Daoist robe had become rags, but in any case, he was still able to protect the main culprit, junior brother. Hong Xixiang ran over to the bronze pill cauldron. This cauldron was personally forged by him, bit by bit. Moreover, the number of pilgrims in Wudong sect these past few years had been declining day by day. The mountain was famous for being short on money. If it wasn't for senior brother Song opening the cauldron day and night at Clear Sky Peak and not missing any good day to refine pills, he would have long been so poor that his bell would have rung. After all, Wudong sect wasn't Mount Longhu. Although it wasn't difficult to be self-sufficient on this mountain, if one wanted to do more things, they really didn't have the strength. Hong Xixiang's thoughts were simple, but that didn't mean he was an idiot who didn't understand the ways of the world. If he treated returning to one's original simplicity as childish, then there really wouldn't be any smart people in this world. Hong Xixiang naturally knew why sect leader De Shixiang invited His Royal Highness to Wudong, but he didn't reject it like senior brother Wang. Hong Xixiang squatted down and looked at the muddy medicinal pills in the broken cauldron. He stretched out 2 fingers and picked up a bit. He brought it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He frowned and said, "It's still far away. Third Xixiang, it seems I'll have to borrow your cauldron. When the time comes, don't scold me. Senior brother Wang already won't let me go to his bamboo forest. If I also can't go to Clear Sky Peak, sigh." The amiable-looking Song Jiming looked at his junior brother's bitter face and chuckled, "Well said." Hong Xixiang suddenly looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Song Jiming remembered a small matter from many years ago and joked, "Junior brother, this year you've been trying to worm your way into being friends with His Royal Highness. What? You can't bear to part with that red-clothed girl surnamed Su. If I remember correctly, that year when that little girl went up the mountain in a snowy day wrapped in red, your eyes were glued to her." Hong Xixiang smiled bitterly. "Third Xixiang, even you came. Now only senior brother Wang hasn't laughed at me. At that time I was only 14, what did I know?" Song Jiming smiled and asked, "How old are you this year?" Hong Xixiang, who never remembered this, carefully counted on his fingers. 24? 25? Song Jiming smiled playfully. "Then you remember clearly that you saw that girl when you were 14? Hong Xixiang didn't speak and continued to stare blankly at the sky. That year in Bailiang Palace, led by the Pillar State Su Shao, nearly 100 people went up the mountain. At that time, the Pillar State had just conquered half of Jianghu. Everyone in the world was waiting for the Bailiang cavalry to crush Wudong as well. But they didn't expect that on this trip up the mountain, Su Shao didn't want to tear down the memorial arch of the Black Tortoise in prosperity, but only burn incense. From the small group of people he brought to Wudong, it was clear that the eldest daughter Su Jihu had just grown up, the second daughter Su Weisheng, whose poetry and literary talent had begun to shake the world, Su Fengnian, who had an inexplicable yin qi, and Su Longxiang, who had always been simple-minded. After going up the mountain, the 4 children of the Pillar State began to wander around. Among them, Su Weisheng was the most domineering and arrogant. She carved the words, "banished to 3,000 li," on the back of the Zhenwu Great Emperor statue. The words were crooked, but it was enough to show her loftiness. Wudong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they found out, not even daring to say half a harsh word. The elder sister, Su Jihu, on the other hand, didn't do anything out of line. She wandered around aimlessly and finally saw a little Daoist boy riding an ox. The first thing she said upon meeting him was, "Hey, little Daoist boy, how old are you?" The little Daoist boy on the back of the green ox thought for a long time with a red face. By the time he was sure of his age, the exceptionally eye-catching red-clothed girl in the snow had already walked away impatiently. Only Hong Shixiang, who was already the youngest martial granduncle of Wudong at that time, was left behind. He muttered, 14. The second time they met, she was about to get married thousands of li away in Jiangnan. The red-crowned crane circled in the sky. It was a paradise on earth. Near the turtle camel tablet on the little lotus peak, she saw Hong Shixiang. She smiled and asked, "Hey, little Daoist boy, this mountain is so boring. Why don't you marry me? How interesting." His face was still red, and he couldn't say a single word. Afterwards, there was no afterwards. They never saw each other again. He only knew that her name was Su Jihu, and that she liked to wear a dazzling red dress. In the end, he only heard her mutter to herself one day, "I really want to ride a yellow crane." Hong Shixiang once again pinched his fingers. He made an exception and counted twice a day. He was counting whether or not he could leave the mountain in this lifetime. He was counting whether or not he could ride a crane down to Jiangnan. He didn't know that if he could leave the mountain in such a way that no one before or after him could do so, he would definitely be treated as an immortal. The peak of Wudong Mountain was shrouded in dark clouds. One could faintly hear the sound of thunder. Hong Shixiang suddenly raised his head and stood up, looking in the direction of the hanging Immortal Peak. Chapter 58. On the little lotus peak, Song Jiming discovered that his second martial brother Qin Yao, fourth martial brother Yu Xingrui, and fifth martial brother Wang Xiaoping, who were in charge of the Tao of virtue and purity, had all gathered behind him. Together with his junior martial brother Hong Shixiang, they looked in the direction of the hanging immortal coffin. They saw a man riding an ox madly galloping towards the tortoise camel tablet. With a single leap, he stood on top of the tablet, his 10 fingers moving in a daze. Although his junior martial brother was unable to remember his own age, his attainments in the art of divination were profound. He was thoroughly familiar with the 4 classics of the Book of Changes, and had mastered them through a comprehensive study. In the field of divination, he was far superior to his senior martial brothers of the same generation. Even the headmaster of the previous generation, who had divined that the black tortoise would prosper for 500 years, admitted his inferiority. Sweat seeped out of Hong Shixiang's forehead as he fell onto the tablet. The group of senior apprentice brothers also became nervous. Yu Xingrui stood under the tortoise camel tablet and carefully asked, "Is there a change?" Hong Shixiang wiped his sweat and smiled evilly, "There's no mistake about it. It's just that this thunderstorm is smaller than I expected. It's not enough to scare those sneaky people from Mount Longhu." Yu Xingrui and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They looked at each other and smiled. Their eldest brother had cultivated the Great Yellow Court and had already spread the word. Their arch-rival, Mount Longhu, naturally wanted to send people over to investigate. They hoped that Wudong sect was just putting on a show of strength out of desperation, and that their eldest brother had quietly come out of seclusion. The people from Mount Longhu, who had been hiding on Mount Longhu since a long time ago, probably did not think much of it. They thought that Wudong sect's so-called cultivation of the Great Yellow Court was just a publicity stunt. Their youngest brother was so angry that he purposely picked a day like today. It was Wudong sect's Zhenwu Demon Subduing Day, which happened once every few decades. The Dahuang Ting Pass, in short, was the formation of the Dahuang Ting Pass in the hut. The tortoise drew qi to the spiritual root, and the qi dynamic resonated with the heaven and earth. Daoist priests were called Zhenren, from the ancient saying in the Dahuang Ting Sutra. Immortals and Daoist priests are not gods, they accumulate energy and qi and believe it to be true. Only after cultivating the Dahuang Ting Pass could one be considered a Zhenren. Nowadays, people like to call any Daoist priest a Zhenren whenever they saw one. Buddhism and Taoism had been fighting for hundreds of years, but there was one thing that was extremely common, and that was that Buddhism and Taoism came from the world. They cultivated the ways of the world, and did not advocate the level of martial arts. Therefore, when Qi Xianzhu, who was widely recognized as having boundless supernatural powers, appeared in Longhu Mountain back then, his reputation was like the sun in the sky, but he only subdued demons and exorcised devils, and did not compete with Wang Xianxia for fame. A few years ago, Wang Zhonglo broke the Kanglan Sea with one finger and was listed as one of the top 10 masters by busybodies. Longhu Mountain despised and spurned him, and said a lot of unpleasant things in public and semi-public. Even the immature little Taoist children in Longhu Mountain were reciting a song about the Wudang sect leader. In this regard, Wang Zhonglo did not argue, and did not say anything. After breaking the river and saving the people who fell into the water, he went up the mountain to cultivate the yellow courtyard. Yu Xingrui smiled and asked, "Little junior brother, how much of the yellow courtyard can His Royal Highness achieve?" Hong Shixiang sighed and said, "About 50 to 60%. Yu Xingrui said in shock, "Then doesn't this child's internal energy surpass Wudang's?" Hong Shixiang shook his head and said, "That still needs a long time to digest." Chen Yao said helplessly, "These days, Wudang has spent a lot of effort to expand Su Fengnian's meridians and acupoints, wasting countless medicinal pills. It's like digging a deep pool in his body, and the sect leader's senior brother's internal energy is like the waterfall of the hanging immortal peak, rushing down, full to the point of overflowing. Absorbing half of it is already a great fortune. This is also good, big senior brother can still leave half of the yellow courtyard." Hong Shixiang still shook his head, "Not necessarily." Chen Yao was puzzled, "What do you mean?" Hong Shixiang revealed a secret that the sect leader Wang Zhonglo told him before he went into seclusion. Back then, sect leader's senior brother cultivated according to the acupoints of His Royal Highness, so no matter how much of His Royal Highness can accept in the end, big senior brother's yellow courtyard will only disperse, not a drop will be left. Yu Xingrui's face was pale, he muttered, "What should we do, what should we do?" Chen Yao smiled bitterly, "Why bother sect leader's senior brother? No matter how weak our Wudang is, we don't have to be so afraid of that great pillar country." Wang Xiaoping looked at the sky, turned around and left. Hong Shixiang did not even turn his head, he only said softly, "Little senior brother Wang, don't go to the yellow courtyard peak to find trouble with the Daoists of Mount Longhu, it will ruin your pure heart of the sword. If you don't kill people who don't deserve to be killed, once an exception is made, the Shinta sword will be entangled by the inner demon, overshadowing the Xinji sword will. In this life, little senior brother Wang will gradually drift away from the path of the sword. The harder you work, the further you will drift away." Wang Xiaoping paused for a moment. It was only a slight pause, then his heart was free of worries. He still carried the Shinta sword on his back and left. In the elephant washing pool, His Royal Highness, who had pierced into the deep pool to pick pebbles to use as chess pieces, slowly bent down and groped around at the bottom of the pool, except that his speed was slightly slower than walking on land. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. The pool was 1,000 feet deep. It was even colder than the bottom of the lake in the prince's mansion. Su Fengnian thought that he had only learned how to swim. He did not know that this strange breath-holding was the same as the Daoists' return to the origin breath. Not to mention that Su Fengnian's internal energy was still thin, he still found the right path. The difference was huge. From afar, a mountain man could not compare to a mountain climber, but after climbing a mountain and not finding the path, he could not compare to a person who found the path. As for the thousands of paths up the mountain, which path to take and which step to reach, it all depended on fate, opportunity, and personal hard work. Su Fengnian picked up a dozen or so smooth pebbles. He was not in a hurry to float to the surface of the water. Looking at the scenery at the bottom of the pool was also very interesting. Otherwise, His Royal Highness would not often go to the bottom of the lake to visit the white-haired old man. It's just that the pool was deep and serene. The scenery he could see when he looked up or down was blurry. Su Fengnian did not know about the thunder and lightning on the summit of Mount Wudong. He only felt that the waterfall's power had increased a bit. The bottom of the pool was getting colder and more unbearable. Walking to the edge of the huge rock rooted at the bottom of the pool, Su Fengnian carried his spoils of war and sprinted to the surface of the lake. Above the elephant washing pool, a white waterfall poured down like a vase of guanine. Wudong's sect leader Wang Zhonglo flew to the huge rock, bent his knees and sat down. Looking at the bottom of the pool, he smiled slightly. Closing his eyes. Gently exhaling, gently inhaling. The mist on the surface of the water rose and diffused. Chapter 59. As the leader of one of the 3 major Taoist sects in the world, the old Taoist priest did not have many ups and downs in his life. He was born poor and lonely. In order not to starve to death, he was sent to the mountain by his parents at the age of 12. Other than morning and evening classes, he was on duty at the Taishu temple. Every day, he swept the floor until the incense burned out. Day after day, year after year. At that time, his master, Qiningning, had not yet become the leader of Wudong, but he had more than 20 disciples. Among them, Wang Zhonglo's aptitude was below average. He was only willing to immerse himself in reading scriptures. When he swept the floor, he would hold an introductory classic. Only at the age of 24 was he qualified to read The Fortune of Pilgrims. At the age of 40, he could barely be considered to have achieved a small success in Taoism. Therefore, when the previous leader, Qiningning, passed away and Wang Zhonglo took over Wudong, the world was in an uproar. At that time, even Mount Longhu had not heard of this middle-aged Taoist priest. Unexpectedly, most of the immortals of Wudong's generation had amazing skills when they were young, but stopped when they were old. Only the inconspicuous Wang Zhonglo gradually reached the Great Way and skyrocketed. Wang Zhonglo waved his sleeves. His Taoist robe surged and fluttered. It actually managed to pull the waterfall that was falling down with great force over. The waterfall tilted like a bridge. The deed of thorough comprehension surpassed the Taoist classic, the verses of Old Man on the River, which proposed that the 5 viscera hid the spirit. It was in the first sentence, 3 parts, 8 scenes, and 24 spirits. The old immortal breathed into his dantian, closed his eyes and entered meditation. He was full of spirit. His whole person was like the Taoist immortals described in the classics when they immortalized, shining brightly. Wang Zhonglo was silently reciting, the 5-colored clouds swirled in the evening mist. I closed my eyes and looked at each other. Only then did I know that my body was a paradise. So the yellow court was a blessed land. Yellow robes with purple stripes and dragon and tiger seals. Spirit and life depend on Taishen. 3 breaths, 2 breaths, and 4 qi are connected. The world loves grains and the 5 tastes. Only I eat the Taihe Yin Yang Qi alone. 2 water kings were born from the same school, making people live forever in the 9 heavens. With every sentence, the old Taoist priest spat out a golden aura from his mouth, lingering between heaven and earth. In the end, a total of 81 golden auras wrapped around the main waterfall and crashed into the deep pool together. When Su Fengnian was halfway up, he felt that something was wrong with the lake. First, it was getting colder, then it was boiling hot. So, he increased his speed. The most frightening thing was that he could vaguely see a water column in the sky rushing straight at him. Su Fengnian gritted his teeth and went against the flow, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the water dragon and the treacherous golden lake surface. No matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. The surface of the lake seemed to be covered with a huge lid that weighed 1,000 pounds. It was impossible to lift it with human strength. Su Fengnian's consciousness gradually became blurry. He still held tightly onto the pebble that he was going to use the green water pavilion sword formula to carve a chess piece. In his unconsciousness, he suddenly remembered the words of his second sister, Su Weisheng, who doesn't burn in the furnace of heaven and earth? He also remembered how he almost drowned in the lake when he was young and playful. He also remembered the first time he used a knife to kill someone. Was he going to die? Su Fengnian fainted. The pebbles in his hand fell to the ground. Wang Xiaoping went to Huangting Peak, but did not kill anyone. The three from Mount Longhu tactfully left the mountain. The sword maniac's sword was truly terrifying. It wasn't that the three of them didn't have the strength to fight back, but Wang Xiaoping had all the advantages on Mount Wudong. Her chances of winning were too slim. Wang Xiaoping came to the elephant washing pool and sat down with his eyes closed. The peachwood on his knees jumped and buzzed. His Royal Highness was held up by the golden aura. He floated above the water, the waterfall crashing down on his head. Wang Xiaoping did not look. With his temper, he wanted to cut the waterfall in half. This waterfall was his senior brother's lifetime of cultivation. One day and night later, the thunderstorm stopped. The atmosphere on the mountain was fresh. His Royal Highness was carried by Hong Shixiang to the hut. In the middle of his forehead, there was a red date mark. Wang Xiaoping went down the mountain with his sword. Hong Shixiang and Wang Zhonglo came near the tortoise camel tablet. The old Daoist priest looked normal, but Hong Shixiang knew very well that his senior brother was in his twilight years. He had at most 2 or 3 years left. The young martial granduncle said bitterly, "Must Wudong rise like this?" The old Daoist priest said calmly with a smile, "Not necessarily. It's just that whether I cultivate the Great Yellow Courtyard or not, what's the benefit to Wudong? We can't always stand in the latrine and not take a shit. Having me as the Taoist priest is really a big use for a small talent. You have a light personality that goes with the flow. Me doing this can give you a bit of pressure. It's always a good thing. Look, even your little senior brother Wang has gone down the mountain. If nothing goes wrong with his talent in this trip, he will be able to suppress the Wu family's sword tomb. When the time comes, you'll be on the mountain and he'll be at the foot of the mountain. Let's not talk about our master's black tortoise will rise for 500 years. In any case, we'll have more incense money. You've been wearing this Taoist robe for 7 or 8 years and you can't even bear to change it. When the time comes, you'll be able to change into a new one." Hong Shixiang squatted on the ground and sighed again and again. He said helplessly, "You only dare to say this to me. If the other senior brothers hear this, they'll be angered to death." The old Taoist priest laughed loudly, without any dispirited or dejected expression. Hong Shixiang was silent. He held his chin and looked at the distant mountain in a daze. Wang Zhonglo said softly, "Su Fengnian's evil tendencies are strong, but he's not a bad person. I won't say much about your association with him. I'm just afraid that in the future, Jianghu and the imperial court will not be peaceful." Hong Shixiang said softly, "I can't control that." Wang Zhonglo sat beside his junior brother and said guiltily, "Once I let go, you won't be able to leave the mountain for the time being. Do you resent your senior brother?" Hong Shixiang laughed, "Of course I resent you. But if you don't let me be the sect leader, I won't resent you." Wang Zhonglo snorted, "Don't even think about it. If you resent me, then resent me. When the time comes, I won't be able to see or hear you. Go ahead and resent me." Hong Shixiang shook his head. "Senior brother, can't you act like a sect leader a little?" The old Taoist priest did not agree. He was not those old fellows of Mount Longhu. Everyone below immortals were humans. Seniority and status were all empty things. If one could not uphold virtue and stand up for himself, everything was just an external object that could not be brought into the coffin. Why bother to put on a stern face and look at people for decades? Wang Zhonglo suddenly said softly, "Junior brother, let's have a competition? It's been many years since we've had a competition." It's a competition." Hong Shixiang looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He said nervously, "That's not good, right?" The old sect leader tried to goad him. "You don't dare." Hong Shixiang said with youthful vigor, "Then let's have a competition." 2 of Wudong's most senior Taoist priests were at the edge of Little Lotus Peak's cliff, doing a shocking thing. "Ping." The old sect leader sighed. "Back then I peed 10 feet in the wind, but now I'm old and my shoes are wet. I'm old, I can't help but admit defeat." Hong Shixiang laughed loudly. "How is it? Farther than you, right?" The old sect leader patted his junior brother's shoulder and said earnestly, "This matter, when Master lost to me back then, he told me that if I lose to junior brother one day, I can put down my burden. Hong Xixiang's face was bitter. The old Taoist priest looked into the distance and sighed. It's not about the height of the mountain. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the day when Wudong prospers. Hong Xixiang nodded and wanted to sneak over to pat his senior brother's shoulder. There was a bit on his hand just now, he had to wipe it clean. Why did his senior brother pat his shoulder? Hong Xixiang was clear about it. The old sect leader skillfully dodged and said angrily, "Your Taoist robe is older than mine. Senior brother's is brand new." Hong Xixiang withdrew his hand and said angrily, "That's too unfair." The Wudong sect leader laughed heartily and left Little Lotus Peak. From afar, he said, "Junior brother, if you really go down the mountain in the future, you have to be more imposing and give your senior brother some face." Chapter 60. When Su Fengnian woke up, he had a splitting headache. He sat up shakily and picked up the bamboo flask from the bedside to drink some spring water. He went to the table to pick up the celadone bottle and poured in the last 2 pills. He drank the cold water from the bamboo flask in one gulp. The headache lessened and he immediately felt refreshed. He caught a glimpse of the embroidered winter saber lying on top of a pile of secret manuals. He reached out to grab it and heard the saber vibrate with the sound of metal and stone. Only then did he realize that the zhenqi in his body was circulating and nourishing his bones, as if he had endless strength. Su Fengnian subconsciously wanted to pull out the saber, but he suppressed this impulse. When he arrived outside the hut, he saw the bull rider making a fire in front of the stove and cooking a pot of winter bamboo shoots. Su Fengnian asked, "Did you steal those chess pieces of mine?" The young Shishuzu pretended to be stupid and said, "I don't know." Su Fengnian frowned. Before he even pulled out his saber to threaten him, the bull rider ran away with a guilty conscience. He had dug out 2 to 3 caddies of winter bamboo shoots with great difficulty, but running for his life was more important. He did not have time to care about the delicious winter bamboo shoots. Su Fengnian walked to the stove and cooked the winter bamboo shoots. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and slowly ate it clean. Only then did he go to the cave under the Immortal hanging peak and found a small pile of uncarved pebbles. He must have been the bull rider to make up for his mistake. He smiled and sat down against the wall. Following the superior sword style described in the Green Water Pavilion sword practice record of Jiazi, he used the embroidered winter saber to carve the chess pieces. However, the first strike was too fast and the hard pebbles were cut in half. Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment. He was no longer in a hurry to use the saber. He sat down cross-legged and meditated, breathing in and out. Along the way, Su Fengnian had already noticed that his 5 senses were unusually sensitive. At this moment, he felt that the divine qi in his body was abundant and clear. He felt a bit of a mysterious empathy for the Daoist chant of, "Breathing in and out is embryonic breathing." Su Fengnian opened his eyes and said to himself, "This is the great yellow courtyard?" The bull rider cautiously appeared at the entrance of the cave and smiled. "This is the great yellow courtyard. His Royal Highness can't be wasted." Su Fengnian mocked himself, "What a waste." The one riding the bull shook his head and laughed, "You said that too early." Su Fengnian calmly said, "There are several hundred books in the thatched cottage. If I give them all to Wudong, will you accept them?" The young grandmaster laughed foolishly. "Keep." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "From now on, I will give Wudong Mountain 1,000 taels of gold as incense money every year. Do you dare to accept it?" The one riding the bull thought for a moment and smiled bitterly, "I wouldn't dare." Su Fengnian laughed it off and waved his hand, indicating that the bull rider could disappear. Hong Xixiang left the room and walked back in. He said softly, "His Royal Highness, don't hold a grudge against me for stealing your chess piece." Su Fengnian said softly, "Get lost." Su Fengnian spent half a day getting used to the strength of the knife. Then he went to carve the chess pieces. The shape was round and smooth. Looking at the 2 piles of black and white chess pieces, he let out a long sigh of relief. He accidentally blew the chess pieces into a mess and the black and white pieces mixed together. Su Fengnian scolded him in the Western Shu dialect. He packed up again and went to the purple bamboo forest. He chopped 2 luohan purple bamboo and carried them back to the thatched cottage. After splitting them, he spent a day weaving 2 chess boxes. To be able to do this, he had honed his mediocre skills from 3 years of traveling and weaving straw sandals. After putting the 361 chess pieces into the boxes, Su Fengnian looked at the thatched cottage where the secret manuals had not been moved. He then hung the knife on his waist and carried the chess boxes out of the cottage. He looked at the deserted vegetable garden. The two maids Sweet Potato and Bluebird were waiting quietly by the side. There was only Hong Xixiang in Wudong to send him off. It was almost the same as the welcoming party of only 2 people in the beginning. As expected, Hong Xixiang sent him to the memorial archway with the words, Xuanwu Dang Xing. Su Fengnian had already seen the 200 Bailiang cavalry in their armor. He looked back at Lianhua Peak and asked without rhyme or reason, "What's the saying again?" Sweet Potato smiled sweetly and said, 60 years in the mountain is 1,000 years in the world. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Has that white fox face in the tide listening pavilion reached the 3rd floor yet?" Sweet Potato shook her head and said softly, "Not yet. Everyone in Wutong Garden is betting on this. I bet there's still a year and a half left. I bet 6 taels of silver. Green Ant and the others think it will be later." Su Fengnian sat in the carriage and said, "Then I bet 10 taels of silver that White Fox Face will reach the 3rd floor in a year." Sweet Potato massaged His Royal Highness' shoulders while Su Fengnian leaned against her chest. He opened the chess box and rubbed a chess piece with 2 fingers. He closed his eyes and said softly, "More important." Sweet Potato, whose natural body fragrance would fade in the winter, made a sound of agreement. Her eyes glanced at Bluebird in Wutong Garden, who did not get along with her the most. Bluebird did not say anything. She only looked at His Royal Highness's forehead. Her eyes were bright and full of spirit. The thoughts of her 2 personal maidservants were unspoken. The 200 cavalrymen entered Liangzhou. The people on the main road consciously dispersed. Su Fengnian stopped the carriage halfway and asked Sweet Potato to buy some soy sauce beef to satisfy her appetite. The cooked meat here was the most delicious. The beef was the best in Bailiang. The secret sauce was second to none. The amount of ingredients such as yellow sauce, cinnamon, ginger, star anise and other ingredients was just right. Not to mention the other ingredients, just the old soy sauce on the table alone was enough to make many diners want to steal it after eating the soy sauce, but they never succeeded. In the past, Su Fengnian, Li Hanlin, Yan Qiji and a few other bad friends would come here to eat to their heart's content after committing crimes. Li Hanlin was even more tyrannical and cruel. He almost moved the entire century-old shop back. If it were not for Su Fengnian's pleading with the old shopkeeper, whose face was covered in tears and snot, the people in the city would not be able to eat this authentic dish. Of course, it was mainly to take care of their own picky tastes. The most interesting thing was not the soy sauce beef, but the delicate little girl in the shop. It was said that she was the daughter of a distant relative of the shop owner. In short, their relationship could be thousands of miles away. Surprisingly, the girl returned to the city for the first time 5 or 6 years ago with a rope in her hand. It was led by a big black and white cat that looked like a bear, but it was not a cat. Later, the learned scholars of Liangzhou cited the classics and discovered that it was the bai beast that only existed in western Shu. Its nickname was the panda. The ancient books recorded that the bai beast liked to eat copper and iron. However, in recent years, no one had heard of it stealing the ironware in the neighborhood. Instead, they often saw the girl holding bamboo sticks and bamboo leaves in her hand. After returning from his travels, Su Fengnian never saw the girl and the big cat again. When he went to the shop to eat beef during his travels, he loved to tease the girl. Li Hanlin tried to steal soy sauce several times, but she would hit his hand with a bamboo stick. If it were not for His Royal Highness stopping him, the little girl would have been thrown into the animal cage together with her pet. When Su Fengnian was waiting for the beef, he saw an old beggar leaning against the wall in the distance, shivering. His face was ashen, and he was hungry and cold. He was not far from death. The rich all liked winter. Even if their homes could not afford the charcoal-consuming earth heating, they could wear comfortable and luxurious mink coats, which gave them more face when they went out. However, all the poor people in the world were most afraid of this season. Chapter 61. In addition to the old beggar in ragged clothes, Su Fengnian saw a delicate figure squatting there. Beside her stood a young Buddhist monk wearing a light red kasaya. Su Fengnian did not know what the monk said, but the young monk hurriedly ran away. Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Although there are many Buddhist sects, the rules of wearing kasayas are similar. How can a young monk wear such a color monk robe? This is something that only a preaching monk can wear. Is a young monk qualified to preach the sutras to others? Moreover, shouldn't monks wear a shawl when they go out? Why is that novice monk partial to the right shoulder?" Because the king of Bailiang's concubine had been a Buddhist all her life, His Royal Highness had naturally been influenced by her and was very clear about the Buddhist rules and etiquette. Bluebird corrected him, "That novice monk is partial to the left shoulder." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Where did this young monk come from?" Su Fengnian, who was notorious in Bailiang, had always been very tolerant and kind to monks. Whenever he met them, he would reward them. Generally, most monks would not accept gold or silver, and Su Fengnian did not care about it either. As a result, many fortune-tellers in Liangzhou City had changed their profession to become monks. They did not care about deceiving their masters or killing their ancestors. Receiving rewards from His Royal Highness was the right way to go. Su Fengnian suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at a middle-aged tantric monk who was walking slowly on the road. He was wearing a red kasaya and his face was haggard. When he walked to the foot of the wall and saw the dying old beggar, his face showed pity. When the young novice monk who did not know the rules rushed to the corner with a basket of steaming buns, he only saw the old beggar's head tilted and he passed away. The tantric monk bent down and reached out to hold the old man's hand, chanting sutras for the dead. The young novice monk handed the steamed buns to the girl who stood up, bowed his head and clasped his palms together. Su Fengnian saw all of this and felt a little emotional. The two monks, one big and one small, no matter where they came from or where they were going. Reaching out was Zen. Lowering one's head is also Zen. When the sweet potato entered the carriage, Su Fengnian suddenly felt that the spiced beef that he drooled over on Mount Wudong was somewhat boring. He put it aside and said softly, "Even though I've obtained the great yellow courtyard of the Wudong sect's leader, I still prefer more monks. The two Zen temples that only comprehend 2 Daiyans, and the Mount Lantua that produces ascetic monks in large numbers, are more adorable than Wudong and Longhu." Su Fengnian was about to return to the Fu when he accidentally saw the girl's side profile. He was stunned for a moment before his mood improved. He picked up the bag of marinated beef and stood up with a smile. "Sweet Potato and Bluebird, I'm going to see an acquaintance. You guys go back first." Su Fengnian left the carriage and stood far away. He waited until the Bailiang cavalry had all left before he walked over to the corner of the wall. Su Fengnian was very fond of the girl that he was not very familiar with. Back when he and Old Huang were at their lowest point in their journey to Langyi County, they coincidentally met this little girl who had run away from home. She claimed that she wanted to roam Jianghu to become a heroine, and she only had a few scraps of silver and copper left. She was already very pitiful. After a fight with Su Fengnian and Old Huang, she generously treated them to a feast of fish and meat. After that, she became completely penniless. The three of them lived in poverty together for a month or so, fooling around and stealing together. It was quite interesting. She was usually the lookout while His Royal Highness and Old Huang took risks. When they escaped, the little girl with 2 goat horn braids ran like the wind. In the end, she said that she wanted to go to the south to see the sea, so they separated. Su Fengnian only knew that her surname was Li, and she liked to call herself Miss Li. If he called her Heroine Li, she would be happy for a few days even if she starved. Su Fengnian slowly walked over. Why was there a little monk beside Heroine Li? Her house was not a temple, right? Thinking of this, Su Fengnian, who was holding a piece of beef in one hand, held Xiaodong in the other. That tantric monk was not simple. As he walked closer, he heard Miss Li's words. She was educating the little novice monk with her hands on her hips. "Stupid Nanbei, how many times have I told you? You can call me Dong Dong or Cici, but you are not allowed to call me Thing. Thing, doesn't it sound bad?" The little monk, who was wearing a green and light red kasaya, had red lips and white teeth. He had a very delicate appearance. Even Su Fengnian 3 years ago could see that he had a unique bone structure. The little monk said weakly, "Thing, I think your name is quite nice." Miss Li, who was no longer wearing her 2 ponytails, pinched the little monk's ear and said angrily, "Why don't you try calling me that again?" The little monk did not know how to change his mind. He said blankly, "Thing." The little girl was mad. She jumped up and knocked the little monk's head, who was taller than her. "Stupid! You are 1,000 times, 10,000 times stupider than Su Fengnian." The corners of Su Fengnian's mouth curled up. "See, there are still people in this world who have a unique insight." The little monk said weakly, "Monks do not lie. If I call you lazy, you will hit me again." The little girl asked angrily, "Then let me ask you, can monks like girls? Monks must abstain from lust. Do you understand?" The little monk was not really stupid. He looked at the sky and pretended not to hear anything. The little girl turned her head and looked at the old beggar who did not get to eat the meat bun. She looked a little depressed. The little monk said in a low voice, "After buying the meat bun, we have no money. I didn't bring much when I snuck out. You spent money and—" In the end, he did not dare to say that he was a big spender. The little girl was angry. She said angrily, "I told you that my father hid his secret stash in the alms bowl under his bed. Don't you know how to steal more? If you are not stupid, then what are you?" The little monk said guiltily, "If I steal too much, when we go back to the temple, my master will punish me to buy rouge and face powder for your mother." When the little girl heard the word rouge and face powder, she became interested. She did not care about how he addressed her anymore and looked around. Seeing her like this, the little monk quickly said, "We really don't have any money." The little girl sighed in despair. Su Fengnian, who was standing behind them, laughed and said, "Miss Li, do you want rouge and face powder? I will buy it for you. The biggest rouge shop in Liangzhou has the green swallow branch that the imperial concubines use. It's not expensive. I don't even need to spend money to buy it." The little girl turned around abruptly and saw that Su Fengnian was no longer unkempt, wearing a hemp shirt and straw shoes. She didn't recognize him at first. After looking at him for a long time, she jumped up and said in surprise, "Su Fengnian." Su Fengnian picked up the marinated beef and said with a smile, "Isn't it?" The little girl patted the little lotus's chest and finally felt relieved. She said with a bright smile, "I remember you said you were from Western Liang. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to find you in Liangzhou." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Don't worry. It will be harder to find me than to find me here." The little girl did not think too much about it. She was just happy. When the little monk saw Su Fengnian, he did not react. He was just thinking about how to deal with the basket of meat buns. Of course, he could not eat them and Li Zi did not like to eat them. Su Fengnian was just about to take the little girl to the rouge shop that treated him like a wolf, a tiger, or a leopard. Subconsciously, he was about to unsheath his embroidered winter knife. The middle-aged monk of Tantric Buddhism took a step forward. The monk asked with an awkward accent, "You are Su Fengnian, the eldest son of the king of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "You are?" The monk said calmly, "I come from Mount Nalanda in the western region. I want to invite His Royal Highness to Mount Nalanda." Chapter 62. Mount Lantua? There was a kind of extreme reverence there. Before entering Mount Lantua, many of the people had unreachable statuses in the secular world. They might be the king of Ganlifan, the prince of Shitzi country, or the imperial family of Peacock dynasty. Each one was more prestigious than the last. However, after entering Mount Lantua to cultivate, after leaving the secular world, they would fall into the dust and become no different from ordinary monks. There were many rules in Mount Lantua. One was not allowed to wear silk or satin, one's cassock could not be wrinkled, one could not fill one's stomach, and one could only curl one's legs on a 1-meter square cloth mat when sleeping. There were so many rules that people of the Central Plains were dumbfounded. His Royal Highness had heard about the legends of Mount Lantua. For example, there were traveling monks who saw a lost item on the side of the road. They would draw a circle around the item and then sit on the side. Often, they would wait for several days in vain. However, generally speaking, no one would be greedy for something that was drawn in a circle by a monk of Mount Lantua. Furthermore, there was an old monk who had been imprisoned for 34 years in Mount Lantua. The problem was that no one knew what the reincarnation of the living Buddha was waiting for. Therefore, monks who had cultivated in Mount Lantua had a golden signboard embedded in them. They were popular everywhere. Some fake abbots who shaved their heads and pretended to be bald liked to say, "I came from Mount Lantua," as soon as they opened their mouths. Cultivation in Mount Lantua was extremely difficult and strict in accepting disciples. Therefore, with only 300 people in the temple, it could compete with the 2 Zen temples that had disciples all over the world. One in the east and the other in the west, they complemented each other. Su Fengnian believed the red-clothed monk when he said he came from Mount Lantua. Half of it was because he had just reached out and recited the sutra, and the other half was because he felt the monk's qi flowing eastward like a great river. Judging from the monk's words and actions, he was as still as a mountain, but inside he was like a river rushing into the sea. Although Su Fengnian had a good impression of Mount Lantua and the monks, there was no room for discussion if they wanted to kidnap His Royal Highness to the western regions. Therefore, he smiled sinisterly and asked, "What if I don't go?" The embroidered winter saber was about to be unsheathed. Su Fengnian was confident that this first strike would be able to break an entire wall. Who would have thought that the monk would only say in a lukewarm tone, "I can wait"? Su Fengnian habitually rubbed the hilt of his saber with his thumb and asked, "Wait?" The solemn-looking monk circled around Su Fengnian and then quietly retreated into the distance. He had no intention of kidnapping or stopping His Royal Highness. Not only did Su Fengnian find it absurd, but even the little girl who was watching the show could not understand. She felt that the monks at home who freeloaded on food and drink were more interesting. That rotten mountain was too boring. The little girl finally came back to her senses. She looked at Su Fengnian and asked in a low voice, "Su Fengnian, are you that whose son? Then aren't you His Royal Highness?" Who was it? It must be Su Xiao. Whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, men or women, old or young, as long as one was in Jianghu, it seemed that no one dared to call the name of the great pillar state Su Xiao. He secretly paid attention to the flow of qi of the great monk of Mount Lantua. This was the so-called bull riding. Su Fengnian, who was still holding the spiced beef, asked with a smile, "Are you afraid? Do you regret knowing me?" The little girl laughed 3 times, but it seemed like she was emboldening herself. Su Fengnian found it very interesting, but he did not expose her. In the past, when they were in Jianghu together, when they encountered a situation, this little girl would always lose but not lose. She was the fiercest when she scolded people and ran away the fastest. The little monk said weakly, "Let's go. Anyway, we've already seen him. If we don't return to the temple, master and mistress will fight with the abbot again." The little girl looked at Su Fengnian and then at the little monk. She seemed to be making a difficult choice between going home and going back. Her limpid eyes subconsciously rolled around the fragrant spiced beef. Su Fengnian did not want to make things difficult for this simple-minded little girl. Without saying anything, he handed the spiced beef to the little girl and turned to leave. "Wait for me for a moment. I'll eat the beef first and let Su Fengnian give you a ride. There's no reason for you to go out of the city with an empty stomach after arriving in Liangzhou." Su Fengnian walked toward the rouge shop in the east of the city. As he passed by the beef shop, he saw a much taller girl with a still young face. She was holding a bamboo stick and sitting on the door sill looking at him. His Royal Highness was in a hurry to buy rouge, so he did not greet him. The reason why the green swallow branch was famous was because of a poem written by his second sister, Su Weisheng. Su Fengnian took the rouge shop for free, and the shopkeeper was willing to do so. Besides, His Royal Highness used to take the courtesans of Liangdi to the shop to choose rouge. If the courtesans who liked the rouge were sincerely happy, His Royal Highness would reward the shop with some silver taels. In the end, the rouge shop with the green plum blossom signboard still earned more than it lost. When Su Fengnian arrived at the shop, he picked a box of green swallow branch and 2 boxes of imperial concubine peach before swaggering off. Everyone in the shop kept quiet out of fear. A few rich men who came with their concubines to throw away money lowered their heads and did not say anything. On the other side, the little monk looked at the little girl whose hands and mouth were covered in grease and reminded her, "Is this Su Fengnian? He is His Royal Highness, but it seems that his reputation is not good." The little girl bit into the marinated beef and said in an open-minded manner, "I'm not good-looking either. Su Fengnian doesn't like me." The little monk became anxious and said, "Who said that?" The little girl did not pay attention to her childhood friend's anxiousness and said with a mischievous smile, "Mother told me that when I find a good friend in the future, I can't find one who is too beautiful. When I find a husband, I can't find one who is too handsome either. It's easy to attract bees and butterflies. I'm considered half a monk, so it's not appropriate to kill too many people." The little monk had no choice but to use his backer and asked, "Thing, did you forget what Master and Master's wife said about men and women outside the temple?" The little girl said in a deadpan manner, "Of course I remember. My father said that the men outside the temple are all evil men who kill people and steal their goods. My mother said that the women outside the temple are all venomous women who speak honey and have a heart of snakes and scorpions. Stupid Nanbei, are you stupid? My father and mother said that just to scare me." The stupid and foolish little monk was silent. The little girl tilted her head and asked, "Do you hate Su Fengnian?" The little monk shook his head and said, "If Thing likes it, I like it." The little girl hummed twice. His words were pleasant to hear, so she did not care about the unpleasant name, Thing. Su Fengnian brought the rouge over. When he saw the little girl using her sleeve to wipe her face, he handed the rouge over to the little girl and said with a smile, "I'll give it to you." The little monk looked at the little girl's happy expression and was not angry. He only sighed like an old man. The little girl hesitated for a moment. "Su Fengnian, is that so-and-so in the prince's mansion?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It will take 2 days for them to come back from the northern border." She jumped a bit. "Then let's go to your house to take a look?" Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry. What happened next made Su Fengnian realize how tenacious this heroine's nerves were. When they arrived at the entrance of Bailiang Palace, she glanced at the 2 guardian lions and said seriously, "Unfortunately, I don't have them in front of my house." After entering the prince's mansion, she saw the majestic building that stretched all the way to the top of Mount Qingliang. She muttered, "It's quite big. It's almost half the size of my house." Seeing the flowing water lake and the tide-listening pavilion, she giggled and said, "I like this pond. My pond doesn't have this kind of grandeur. Stupid Nanbei, you should learn some skills from my father. You should learn how to move mountains and seas early and move this pond back." Su Fengnian smiled generously and said, "I'll move it back." The little monk said softly, "Little thing, our temple is your home, but it's not yours." The little girl stared at him and said, "Is there a difference?" The little monk was obviously not a guy who could insist on his own opinion in front of her. He whispered, "Is it?" The little girl asked, "Then let me ask you, is a white horse a horse?" The little monk, who thought that he had mistakenly boarded a pirate ship in the temple and learned Buddhism from his master, was even more uncertain. He repeated, "Is it?" Su Fengnian had arranged for the 2 children to stay in a courtyard near Wutong Yuan, which showed how much importance he attached to the little girl. Along the way, Su Fengnian did not dare to look at her too much, for fear that he would frighten this little heroine who always liked to talk nonsense. Since he did not look at the little girl, he could only observe the little monk. The green and light red kasaya was unmistakably the attire of the preaching monks in Buddhism. Although it could not be compared to the scarlet and purple robes bestowed by the imperial court to the eminent monks, it was still quite rare. Those who wore this kasaya had 3 great virtues on their body: the protection of the heavenly dragon, the worship of all living beings, and the respect of Luocha. Su Fengnian became more and more curious about which temple was the little girl's so-called home. Su Fengnian sat in the courtyard. The little girl was very happy with her residence and excitedly ran around the house. The little monk, whose kasaya was not on the right shoulder but on the left, squatted beside a swing and stared at the clear sky in a daze. Sweet Potato quietly came behind His Royal Highness. After going down the mountain, Su Fengnian had already learned that the white-haired old man had defeated the hero Wei Beishan who used the Zamadeo. Both of them left Bailiang. In the Wulin world, the Xianyuan family had been struggling at death's door under the suppression of Yuan Zhuozong and Lu Qiu. The little butcher Chen Jibao had gained great military merits at the border. Su Shao was about to return to the mansion. Second sister Su Weisheng seemed to be going home for the new year. Su Fengnian was very sure that his second sister came here to scold him. She scolded Su Xiao for not being strict with her and scolded him for practicing the Zamadeo. Su Fengnian rubbed his burning eyebrows and said self-mockingly, "Sweet Potato, you can prepare the cotton now." Sweet Potato smiled and agreed. In the mansion, who was not afraid of Su Weisheng? Su Fengnian turned his head and saw the little girl holding the corner of her clothes and walking out of the house shyly. The red makeup on her face must be half a pound heavy, right? The little monk stared with his eyes wide open. Sweet Potato turned her head away. It was a bit too horrible to look at. Su Fengnian stood up and said with a smile, "So beautiful." Chapter 63. It was probably the first time in her life that the little girl, who had been living in the temple since she was a child, heard Su Fengnian's praise. She felt relieved after putting on rouge for the first time in her life. Just as she was about to laugh, the rouge on her face fell. She felt sorry for her, so she put on a straight face again and stood timidly by the swing. The little monk was dumbstruck. He probably did not recognize that the fairy in front of him was the girl he liked the most. As the head maid of Wutong Garden, Sweet Potato was good at drawing eyebrows and applying rouge. Seeing the little girl wasting God's gift and Royal Highness helping the villain, Sweet Potato did not dare to laugh. She could only stand further away. Although the little girl's appearance, temperament, and behavior were ordinary, she was still a distinguished guest invited by His Highness. She could not be disrespectful. Su Fengnian still had to go to the Tide Listening Pavilion, so he asked Sweet Potato to slightly correct the little girl. A few boxes of rouge money were nothing. They could not really go out and scare people. It was still okay in the daytime, but at night. Before going to the top of the pavilion to see his master Li Yishan, Su Fengnian went to the second floor to find White Fox Face. He was standing on the ladder and reading the secret manuals on the bookshelf. His spring thunder saber was hanging on his waist with a red string tied to the hilt. The books that Su Fengnian brought to Wudong from the library were all picked by White Fox Face. Although both of them practiced the saber, White Fox Face was much better than Su Fengnian in terms of saber skills and attainment. Their cultivation was just like at this moment. One was at the bottom of the ladder and the other was at the top of the ladder. White Fox Face was very focused. No matter what he did, he strived to see through to the end. Su Fengnian waited for him to finish reading the secret manuals. White Fox walked down the ladder and looked at the idiot Su Fengnian whom she had not seen for a year. Finally, her eyes focused on the spot between His Royal Highness's eyebrows. Su Fengnian's appearance was undoubtedly very outstanding. He had the typical red phoenix eyes and silkworm eyebrows. When he smiled, he looked even more charming and elegant. It was just that he met White Fox during his travels when he was at the lowest point of his life. However, when he occasionally washed his face in the stream, even White Fox would be surprised. This idiot's appearance was indeed good, but his temperament did not match. Now, practicing the saber by hook or by crook seemed to be different. What exactly was the difference? White Fox did not ask any questions. Instead, he slashed out with his spring thunder in a domineering manner. Xiao Dong, which was originally born from the same root, took the opportunity to strike down. When White Fox Face saw that his attack did not work, he exclaimed in surprise, "Did you learn the superior swordsmanship in Wudong?" Su Fengnian, whose right hand was numb from holding the saber, slowly put Xiao Dong back into the scabbard. He smiled and said, "No, I didn't. It's just that Daoist Ox Nose gave me a book called Qingshui Pavilion Sword Practice Manual. When I was bored, I used the sword moves in it on my saber skills. Are you interested? This is a secret manual of Wudong swordsmanship. I can't bring it down the mountain, but I've memorized the contents. Can I make a copy for you?" White Fox Face nodded his head without hesitation. Su Fengnian followed him to the corridor on the second floor. White Fox Face said softly, "The world of the old 9 kingdoms of the Central Plains was almost the world of the rich and powerful families. The aristocrats were numerous. King Langya, Jiang Xie, Wukong Yao, Bolinkui, Lu Jianghe were all rich and powerful. If the pillars of the country only destroyed cities and countries, killed hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers, stabbed or hanged the emperor of the enemy country to death, These would not be a big deal in the eyes of some people. However, Su Xiao did what he did to Mount Tai to surpass the North Sea. He destroyed nearly half of the 10 rich families. The entire Wukong Yao family of the southern Tang, regardless of age and age, died. The He family of the Dongyue Lujiang only had about 20 orphans and widows left. Su Fengnian was puzzled by White Fox Face's words. He said, "I know all these. Master mentioned them before." White Fox Face smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm from the Nangong family of Beiming. I have no grudges with you. I'm telling you this because I want to talk about the 9-grade system that has been maintained by the aristocrats for 200 years. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "The masters in the world now seem to follow this system to rank. It saves effort." White Fox Face said softly, "Like the number 1 in the world, under normal circumstances, the 9-grade system does not rank the upper grades. In the eyes of the world, only the saints are qualified." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Yes, but I heard that a few decades ago, there was a scholar of the Xie family who was talented and outstanding. His martial arts attainments were even more extraordinary. He and my master commented on the rivers and mountains. Li Shan commented on the generals and Rouge. The mainstay of the Xie family commented on the martial arts, which was even more important to the people of Jianghu. As for the literary commentary, he only finished half of it and died. My second sister seemed to have the intention to continue the commentary. However, she also said that she was unable to do it for the time being. There was still a long way to go before the great talent of the Xie family. The limelight of the northern Xie and the southern Li had attracted the attention of the world back then. White Fox Face said calmly, "That person is my father. He's dead. Those who are on the martial arts ranking list want to kill him. Those who are not on the martial arts ranking list also want to kill him. There's no reason for him not to die." Su Fengnian was shocked. He smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder you want to be the number 1 in the world." White Fox Face looked at Su Fengnian and said slowly, "Your moves are now at the middle lower grades, the blade force is at the middle upper grades, and the inner strength is at the lower grades. It's not impossible for you to catch up with me." Su Fengnian was stunned. "Really?" White Fox Face's lips curled up slightly. "If I stagnate after the age of 40, it's possible for you." Su Fengnian leaned on the railing and said softly, "You're still as honest as ever, just like old Huang." White Fox Face glanced at the winter embroidery blade that was not covered with dust. The last bit of regret in her heart disappeared. She said softly, "How many more years can you fool the world?" Chapter 64. Su Fengnian sighed. "At the very least, I'll have to wait until I completely take over the northern Liang's 300,000 cavalrymen. If I wasn't a prodigal, how could that person in the capital sleep peacefully? If he couldn't sleep peacefully, how could he let the Su family sleep comfortably? After all, this entire world was still under his control. Su Xiao had accumulated this family business, so he could go against all the scholars in the world and become enemies with the Jianghu. There were not many reliable allies in the imperial court. Over the years, northern Liang had been constantly divided. Yan Qiji's father, who hurriedly received the imperial decree and rushed to the capital, was not the first, and definitely not the last. Li Yishan said that if I'm too smart, I won't live long, or at least I won't live a happy life. The best outcome is to go to the capital as a hostage. But if I'm too stupid and overdo it, the Beiliang cavalry will disperse before Su Xiao dies. To put it simply, even my 800 cavalrymen only know about Chen Zhibao. They don't care about His Royal Highness at all." White Fox smiled and said, "Every family has its own difficulties. It seems that the aristocratic families are even more so." Su Fengnian's thumb subconsciously rubbed the handle of Xiudong. "It's okay. I still have 2 years to wander around. Maybe I'll go to Jianghu soon. When I'm done playing, I'll hold everything that belongs to me in my hands." Bai Huer frowned. Su Fengnian keenly noticed this detail and asked, "What's wrong?" White Fox returned to the pavilion with a cold face. Su Fengnian looked at White Fox's handsome back and then lowered his head to look at Xiudong. He seemed to understand that White Fox was angry that he was too close to Xiudong. His Royal Highness laughed involuntarily and said, "This Xiudong is a murderous knife, not a woman's boudoir. Can I touch it? Besides, it's already given to me. It's reasonable for me to hug it to sleep or carry it to the toilet. A cold snort came from inside the pavilion as a bookcase was struck by the spring lightning and collapsed. Su Fengnian rushed upstairs and saw Li Yishan, who was getting thinner by the day. Li Yishan's face was as white as snow, which made Su Fengnian tremble with fear. The state scholar hiding in Bailiang Palace chuckled. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Wei Beishan leave Bailiang. It's a good opportunity for you to practice your blade. Su Fengnian asked, I heard that old man defeated Wei Beishan? Li Shan coughed a few times, picked up the green gourd flask and drank a mouthful of strong liquor. His breath stabilized and he said, Wei Beishan is only a middle-class martial artist. It's not surprising that he was defeated by Chu Kuangnu, who is only one step away from the upper class. Su Fengnian asked curiously, are there really only 10 high-class experts in the world? Li Yishan didn't answer directly. He only said with a slight sneer, the so-called upper class of martial arts can't be compared to the upper class of scholars in the past. It's worthless. Su Fengnian hesitated and whispered, Nangong Push said that he's the genius of the Xie family who is as famous as Master. Li Shan laughed. Do I need him to say that? I knew the answer with just a glance. That kid you called White Fox Face not only looks like Xie Guaniying, but also looks like a god. If I didn't recognize him, I would be blind. I'm curious whether this kid is a boy or a girl. According to Chen Wei's prediction, Xie Shuyang should have a son. But this White Fox Face really doesn't look like a boy. Li Yishan agreed with the title White Fox Face. He used it casually and didn't think it was ridiculous. Su Fengnian agreed deeply. That's right. I didn't believe it either. If it's a man, it's such a pity. Li Yishan nodded. He shook his head and clicked his tongue twice. His face had a rare smile that carried a bit of life. It was no longer lifeless. This pair of master and disciple were indeed master and disciple. Su Fengnian sat up straight and said solemnly, when I returned to the city today, I met a monk who called himself Mount Lantua. He said he wanted to take me to the western regions. Li Yishan drank a mouthful of wine and said, this monk Long Shou is quite famous in the western regions. He studied the Vajra Top Yoga Sutra under a Tantric Vajra guru. He translated more than 60 Tantric sutras and 110 volumes. His lineage in Mount Lantua is extremely powerful. The generation before him was a great achiever who attained the undying rainbow. Su Fengnian said helplessly, no matter how powerful he is, what does it have to do with me? You can't expect me to leave home and become a monk just because of the name of a mountain, right? Li Yishan smiled. Whether it has anything to do with you or not, you'll know when you get there. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. Master, don't be so sarcastic. That tantric cultivation is comparable to the Wu family's sword tomb. They go to the hall 4 times a day. The earliest hall starts late at night. Regardless of whether it's cold or hot, they're not allowed to wear boots and go barefoot. They sleep less than 4 hours a day. When they go to the Dharma garden to cultivate, they have to sit on pebbled seats. Winter and summer are no exception. If you want me to go there and practice for a year or 2, I'll accept the hardships. But if you want me to memorize sutras all day, you'd better kill me. Li Yishan smiled. You don't know who Long Shou's guru is? Su Fengnian was confused. Li Yishan laughed. This person is the only female tantric guru in Mount Lantua. It said that not only is her dharma boundless, she's also extremely beautiful. She's known as Guanyin in the human world. She can attain the Tao after dual cultivation. After Su Fengnian recovered from his shock, he smirked. If that's the case, it's best if she has something to do with me. Li Yishan's smile was strange. Su Fengnian asked cautiously, what's wrong? Does this Guanyin Bodhisattva of Mount Lantua kill without batting an eyelid? Li Yishan shook his head. What a merciful heart. Su Fengnian was even more curious. Li Yishan laughed and coughed. This bodhisattva is 42 years old this year. She's exactly twice your age. What a coincidence. Su Fengnian stood up abruptly and was about to go out with his saber to fight that death monk of Mount Lantua. Chapter 65. To the common folk, Mount Lantua had 2 things that tempted them the most. One was that one could become a Buddha on the spot, and the other was that men and women could practice dual cultivation. As for whether it was true or false, people were too far away from Mount Lantua, so it was hard to avoid spreading false information. Plus, no one from Mount Lantua had come out to explain, so it became an unsolved mystery. Su Fengnian supported Mount Lantua's silence. Instead of saying it out loud, it was better to leave it as a memento. Su Fengnian first went to the third floor of the armory to find the old Taoist Wei Baoxiang, who was guarding the pavilion. On this floor, there was a list of characters that was updated regularly. Su Fengnian found the Buddhist book first. There were more than 20 Buddhist sects, big and small. Mount Lantua ranked first among the esoteric sects, so it was the first book of esoteric Buddhism. Su Fengnian easily found the master of esoteric Buddhism. Her title was very long, such as Great Mercy Dharma King, Mending Temple Bodhisattva. Looking at her posture, she was about the same as the two old monks in front of her. She was born in the royal family of Central India. When she was young, she followed the eminent monks to more than 10 countries and translated countless classics. The most famous one was Mahayana Rising Faith. According to historical records, other than learning from Wang Zhongji and Xianxia, she also went to the Central Plains to learn astronomy and calendar. She had contact with the 5 schools and 7 sects of Buddhism in the Central Plains. There was a portrait of a female bodhisattva when she was young in the album. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was indeed bright and moving. Su Fengnian exchanged the secret record with the old Taoist surnamed Wei and sighed. 42. She's just a little old. He sighed all the way out of the tide-listening pavilion. Qing Niao was waiting respectfully on the table. She was dressed in a green robe. In His Highness's opinion, the only thing this head-maid lacked was a good sword. Qing Niao's bearing and elegance were incomparable to the heroines outside. When she saw Su Fengnian, she said respectfully, "That monk is standing at the gate of the prince's mansion." Su Fengnian walked to the pavilion in the middle of the lake and smiled. "Bring him here. I want to meet this esoteric monk. By the way, get the servants to prepare some vegetarian food. No one is allowed to come near the lake." While waiting, Su Fengnian closed his eyes and concentrated. First, he thought about the secrets of Mount Lantua collected by the secret agents of the prince's mansion. Although there were only 200 to 300 people in Mount Lantua, there were many factions with thousands of followers. For example, the Red Sect branch of esoteric Buddhism that monk Long Shou belonged to only had 3 representatives in Mount Lantua, but there were millions of followers outside the mountain. Finally, Su Fengnian's mind settled on the portrait of the female esoteric Buddhism master. He shook his head and put this matter aside for the time being. Since he had already left the mountain, he had to start planning carefully for himself. The arsenal was dead, but people were alive. Imitating White Fox's face to read all the secret martial arts manuals, he was not afraid of biting off more than he could chew. When facing an enemy in the future, knowing more moves and routines would increase his chances of survival. This was the same principle as beginners who had to memorize Go moves by rote. Naturally, the more routines one had, the better. Su Fengnian did not dare to say how good his comprehension was, but his memory was indeed better than his second sister, Su Weisheng. Otherwise, he would not have been able to play chess with Li Yishan in the air without chess pieces or a chessboard. Su Fengnian muttered to himself, "It's not realistic to read all the martial arts manuals like White Fox's face, but it's not difficult for him to select and give me 2 or 3 books every day. There will be a day when I will read all the secret martial arts manuals of all the sects in the world. When I left the mountain, I rode an ox and sent a message to the supreme leader, Wang Zhonglo. The tortoise of the Great Yellow Court lives in the body. If I want to convert it all into my own use and cultivate the 3 Great Yellow Halls, I need a few books on Mount Longhu. Borrow? They are all secret things. Most likely I can't borrow them. Steal? With my current bladesmanship, it's difficult. These 2 holy lands of Buddhism, without 6,000 to 7,000 elite Baoyang cavalry, don't even think about charging up the mountain. If you want to flatten it, you need at least 13,000 to 14,000 men. Without fighting, if you think 10,000 men can crush the entire Jianghu several times, you're looking down on the heroes of the world. Even if it's Su Xiao, without the imperial decree of the capital, mobilizing more than 500 men without authorization is tantamount to a rebellion. If Jiang and I was here and heard this crazy talk linking the cavalry with Jianghu, he would most likely have the urge to poke a hole in His Royal Highness's body with the divine talisman. Sweet Potato with a graceful and voluptuous body brought some exquisite vegetarian dishes over. There was no one around the lakeside. No matter how ridiculous His Royal Highness's words were, in the prince's mansion, more effective than the imperial edict. Su Fengnian did not have any misgivings about this servant sister who grew up with him. He said to himself, "It's time to cultivate henchmen. Without a solid team, how can I roam Jianghu? I'll find a chance to talk to Su Xiao." Monk Long Shou of Mount Lantua was led into the pavilion by Bluebird. Su Fengnian gestured for the monk to help himself. The monk in the large cassock did not stand on ceremony, but he only picked up some food and put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. Not to mention filling his stomach, it was difficult to even fill the gaps between his teeth. Just this point of tantric cultivation was unspeakably painful. In the western regions, there were 14 small countries, rejecting the various schools of learning, only worshipping tantric Buddhism. There were the red, yellow, and white sects. In the past, when the 9 countries of the Central Plains were in chaos, it was traced back to the war of words between the Confucian faction of Shangyin Academy. However, in the western regions, it was the red, yellow, and white sects, more like a fight between immortals. The yellow and white sects had always been powerful. The red sect was more inclined to follow the ancient teachings, the 9 forms of 3 sects, meticulous in their teachings, and most of their focus was on the cultivation of full-circle cultivation. Monk Long Shou's master was the first female Dharma king in the history of Tantric Buddhism. No matter how high the status of those concubines were, they could not be compared to her. Su Fengnian went straight to the point, saying, "Master Six Jewels wants to dual cultivate with me." Chapter 66. Monk Long Shou looked calm as he nodded. The monk was expressionless when he talked about dual cultivation. On the contrary, His Royal Highness, who had been through a lot, found it ridiculous. Even Sweet Potato and Bluebird looked at each other in disbelief. Su Fengnian asked curiously, "Do all the Tantric masters not practice dual cultivation to achieve Dharmakaya Buddha and Sambhogakaya Buddha?" The middle-aged monk in the red cassock was still expressionless as he answered, "Only those who have renounced their desires can achieve supreme yoga. Supreme yoga is the ultimate root of all." Su Fengnian felt a headache coming on. He asked, "Why me?" The monk shook his head. It was obvious that even he did not know the details. If that was the case, Su Fengnian would only go to Mount Lantua if his head was caught in the latrine door. 42 years old was nothing to the bodhisattva, but to a living woman, it was not young at all. No matter how well she took care of herself, it was not something Su Fengnian could accept. This was not the most important thing. The conflict between the red, yellow, and white sects of Tantric Buddhism had intensified in recent years. Since the secret record said that a 6-jeweled master dual cultivation could achieve perfection, why would the more powerful white and yellow sects stupidly allow the red sect to obtain such great merit? Perhaps Su Fengnian would be skinned alive by the monks before he even reached Mount Lantua. After all, some Tantric sects liked to use skulls with the top of the skull removed as instruments to exorcise ghosts and summon spirits. As for skulls and drums made of human bones, they were common in the history books. Just hearing about them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. The 6-jeweled bodhisattva was very powerful and was respected as the fundamental master. Moreover, the followers of the red sect believed that she was the incarnation of Amitabha and Guan Yin Bodhisattva. The so-called 6-jeweled bodhisattva was rumored to have 6 transformations. Guan Yin Bodhisattva, Lotus King Master, and Wrathful Vajra Master sounded invincible. However, no matter how powerful they were still eating dust behind the old monks of Mount Lantua. Su Fengnian did not trust the red sect that was struggling to survive between the yellow and white sections. Other than being afraid of death, he did not wish for Mount Lantua and the female Dharmaraja to disrupt his embryonic plan. It was one thing to refuse to go, but it was another to offend the Crimson Sect for no reason. It would be best if he could deal with them. Moreover, the monks from Mount Lontuo were all treasures. Su Fengnian forced a smile and explained, "I can't leave for the time being." The monk still said the same nonsense, "I can wait." Su Fengnian asked curiously, "How long can we wait?" The monk said slowly, "There are still 31 years. Su Fengnian almost vomited blood. What perverted patience! In the future, he would try his best not to have any dealings with Mount Lontuo. If someone held a grudge against him, he would never be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. Monk Long Shou, who seemed to be willing to wait for Su Fengnian's children to grow up, did not stay in the prince's mansion. However, he did not leave the city either. Given Baoyang's tolerance towards monks, this strange monk on Mount Lontuo would not starve to death. Su Fengnian sat in the pavilion and muttered, "Ridiculous." Sweet Potato teased, "Your Highness, why don't you follow that tantric guru?" Su Fengnian raised his head and sighed, "She's already a 42-year-old old lady. Even if she's an old cow eating young grass, this is not the way to do it." Sweet Potato sat beside His Royal Highness, her delicate hands kneading with ingenious strength. She smiled charmingly and said, "Maybe that female bodhisattva has a technique to retain her youthful looks." Su Fengnian glared at her. Bluebird said indifferently, "Today is the day of the release of the cards." Su Fengnian perked up. "A big fish has taken the bait?" Bluebird said calmly, "Two groups of Jianghu people of unknown origins have gathered in the city. The people in the lead have third-level martial strength." Su Fengnian said regretfully, "If it was before, it would have been a big fish. But now, I've seen the world. Forget it, it's better than nothing." Sweet Potato smiled. His Royal Highness had an endless stream of playful ideas since he was young. Perhaps it was the result of Su Zhao's lax discipline, or perhaps it was the result of his deliberate indulgence. There was no sign of him restraining himself. In fact, the Pillar State had only said two things in the past 10 years. One was that he was not allowed to touch a blade for 10 years. The other was that he had never taught Su Fengnian how to conduct himself. Whether he was a hedonist, a prodigal son, or a loafer, they were all things that Su Fengnian had figured out on his own. State scholar Li Yuaning did not care about trivial matters. In the past, when his second sister Su Weisheng was at home, it was fine because there was someone who could suppress His Royal Highness. However, when she went to Shangyin Academy to study, Su Fengnian was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. He did whatever he wanted, flirting with women, spending a lot of money to buy poetry and literature, keeping evil servants and retainers, closing the door to his enemies and letting their dogs out. He had a lot of fun. No wonder the scholars who had left Liangli and achieved success all cursed His Royal Highness for being ignorant and incompetent. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Pass down the order. Tonight, don't play any tricks of being loose on the outside but tight on the inside. Let them all in at once." Since these fishes and shrimps took advantage of Su Zhao's absence to sneak into the city, they are most likely coming for me. When the time comes, I will wait here. Bluebird, please invite one swordsman and one machete man from the residence. I want to watch the battle. The moves that these desperados use when they are on the brink of death are the most flexible. Compared to the rigid words in the secret manual, it is much more useful. Bluebird left quietly. When she did things, no matter how big or small, not a drop of water would leak out. Sweet Potato stretched out her slender index finger, wanting to stroke Su Fengnian's scarlet eyebrows. Su Fengnian grabbed her extremely daring finger and laughed. "Are you rebelling?" Sweet Potato said coquettishly, "Just a touch." Su Fengnian shook his head. Sweet Potato's eyes were filled with resentment. Su Fengnian did not show any tender feelings for the fairer sex. He restrained his expression and frowned bitterly. "Second sister is coming. The residence is going to thunder and rain." Chapter 67. Su Weisheng was not only a big mountain to West Chu's fallen princess, Jiang and I, but even Sweet Potato, who was easygoing and did not fight for anything, felt a burst of irritation when she heard His Royal Highness mention his second sister Su Weisheng's return to the Fu. However, she concealed her gloominess very well. In terms of acting skills, she seemed to be even more skilled than Su Fengnian when she used fresh human blood as her rouge. His Royal Highness had inherited the cultivation of the Great Yellow Hall, so he had acquired a kind of keen perception of the flow of qi of Buddhism and Taoism. He also had a mysterious perception of martial art masters that his young martial granduncle called not a single fly left behind. However, he still did not realize that Sweet Potato was not the only koi fish that needed to be fed to become plump. The interior of the prince's mansion was a vast universe with all kinds of bizarre tricks. Even his Royal Highness, who had lived on Mount Qingliang since his youth, did not dare to say that he had seen everything. At the very least, the entrance to the tide-listening pavilion's 9th floor and the basement 2 floors had not been found. Back then, he and his second sister climbed up and down, knocked on the walls, and chiseled the walls, but they still did not succeed. Su Xiao was happy that his children were busy at home, so that they would not create trouble for him when he left the Fu. His second daughter, Su Weisheng, was adept at scheming openly, while his eldest son, Su Fengyan, was crafty and crafty. As long as these two fellows stayed together and whispered to each other, even the Dezhuguo would be frightened. Su Fengyan planned to have dinner with the little girl and the little monk from the north and the south. On the way there, his hands continuously drew circles. The Fu's servants and maids only found it amusing, but they did not understand the slightest bit of it. However, they all praised His Royal Highness's martial art as matchless. Whenever Su Fengyan came across a servant girl with an above-average beauty or a graceful figure, he would take advantage of her. Sweet Potato followed behind him, unconcerned. If a little servant girl dared to fight for a man's favor, she would be beaten to death by a stick if she was not careful. Sweet Potato was not stupid enough to be arrogant just because she was pampered. She did not want to, nor did she dare to. To put it bluntly, the seemingly affectionate His Highness the Crown Prince was the real heartless person. Green Ant's personal maidservants in Wutong Garden probably hadn't noticed this. But that didn't mean that Sweet Potato didn't love His Royal Highness from the bottom of his heart. On the contrary, such a master could make Sweet Potato, who was as proud as Blue Bird, work for him wholeheartedly. Su Fengyan did not know about Sweet Potato's complicated thoughts. He just chuckled softly and said, "This set of 108 styles has no name. I don't know where Bull Rider found it. The more you practice it, the more interesting it becomes. You need to sink your waist into Tai Chi, walk in the 9 palaces, and form yin and yang. Your hand gestures and Qi activity must be pure and natural. There's a lot of attention to be paid to these circles. They form endless circles, and they go back and forth. Sweet Potato, if you like, I'll teach you." Sweet Potato quickened her pace. Her magnificent chest, which was second to none in Wutong Garden, pressed against His Highness the Crown Prince's arm. Her autumn eyes were misty as she said, "Then your Highness must teach this servant step by step." Su Fengyan didn't even turn his head. He just quietly nudged the snow-white pigeon under her clothes with his elbow. As her chest trembled, her charm rippled. He could clearly feel His Royal Highness' charm. He smiled frivolously and said, "I can draw 108 circles here." Sweet Potato's charm was natural, but her tone was bitter. "This servant knows that your Highness is just moving your lips." Su Fengyan didn't refute her. He asked casually, "What do you think Mount Lantua means?" Sweet Potato thought about it seriously and said in a low voice, "This servant thinks that dual cultivation is fake. It wants the white and yellow sects to become enemies with the Bailiang cavalry." Su Fengyan nodded and smiled. "You hit the nail on the head." The people in the capital had long been wary of the esoteric sect of the western regions, which was unruly, but they could not find a suitable reason to make a move. If they could have the red sect as a spy, it was possible that the Bailiang cavalry could be used as a pawn again. As for dual cultivation, I've checked the secret records. It's just a rumor that's been spreading for the past few years, so it can't be taken seriously. Especially after my coronation, it was the most intense. From this, it can be seen that I'm in high demand. Even the female Dharma king of Tantra covets me. As for the great national chess player who occupied the world's largest chessboard in the capital, among the 67 posthumous names in the temple, there were only 2 characters that caught his eye. One of them was Gao, meaning Gao, meaning Gao, meaning Gao, meaning Gao, meaning Gao. The first one is martial. His military career is glorious, and he has opened up the largest territory of this dynasty. He wants to be known as the Emperor of martial prowess for thousands of years after his death. He is already on the verge of going mad. Sweet Potato's face paled slightly. Your Highness, please speak softly. Su Fengnian laughed. It's fine. I dare to say it, but other than you, no one else dares to listen. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sweet Potato, how's the little girl's drawing of eyebrows? Sweet Potato was visibly relieved. For the time being, I've only taught her Xiao Shan Mei and Conk Dai Dai. The little girl is a fast learner. Su Fengnian laughed. As long as she wants to learn, she can learn anything quickly. Old Huang taught her how to roast fish, roast meat, and roast sweet potatoes. She learned it faster than I did. If she didn't want to learn, she wouldn't be able to weave straw sandals or sit painstakingly while fishing. Sweet Potato stared blankly at His Royal Highness, who was different from his usual self. Even though they had been together for a long time, she rarely saw His Royal Highness like this. Her original name was Red Musk. She bit her thin lips, then smiled. She was a natural seductress. Su Xiao of the Great Pillar State once joked that this little girl would not be defeated even if she entered the palace as an imperial concubine. After scraping off half a gene of powder, the little girl imitated Sweet Potato and put on light makeup. As expected, she was much more gorgeous than when she didn't put on makeup. However, in Su Fengnian's eyes, the little girl without makeup was more likable. The little monk chanted while peeking and giggling. Su Fengnian was worried about the incense in the little monk's temple. Sweet Potato wasn't qualified to be eaten at the table. Su Fengnian wasn't the kind of master who spoiled his maidservants. As he ate a simple but delicious vegetarian meal with the little monk, he asked, Miss Li, when are you going home? It's almost the new year. The little girl widened her eyes and said with hurt, Su Fengnian, are you chasing me away? Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. Of course not. I'm just afraid that your parents will be worried. The little girl said righteously, when I first met you, you said that you wouldn't go home even if you starved to death. Su Fengnian smiled. I was just angry. The little monk, who had been eating with his head lowered, raised his head and interrupted, we really have to go back to the temple. The little girl said angrily, shut up. She had learned this mantra from His Highness the Crown Prince. The little monk fiercely ate 2 mouthfuls of rice, his cheeks bulging. The little girl said with a red face, Su Fengnian, Sister Sweet Potato taught me how to draw my eyebrows in the afternoon. It sounds more precious than the green swallow branch. I'll pay you back when I get home. Su Fengnian pretended to nod and held back his laughter. Okay, I've never heard of a heroine in Jianghu who owes money and doesn't pay it back. The little girl liked this kind of words. She said proudly, that's true. The little monk was outspoken. His little bald head approached his childhood sweetheart whom he had loved for many years. He said worriedly, I seem to have heard Master's wife say that the snail on your face is very expensive. A poet even wrote that the marrow of 100 golden otter could be exchanged for half a tael of green. If you really pay back the money, I'm afraid Master Zom's bowl will be empty. The little girl was surprised. She suddenly frowned and the food was not as fragrant. Su Fengnian saw this but he did not say anything to comfort her. In the blink of an eye, the little girl's mood was cloudy, but in the blink of an eye, she had a sunny disposition. After the meal, she cast aside the troublesome matter of owing money and pulled Sister Sweet Potato into the room to continue her apprenticeship. At home, her parents were stingy and were reluctant to buy rouge for her. The stupid Nanbei was very generous, but he did not have the money. He said that as long as he attained enlightenment and became a Buddha, he would burn a few relics and she would be able to use them to exchange for countless rouge. In the end, he received a full beating from her. Su Fengnian did not understand the feelings of young girls, so he did not go to the room. He saw the little monk take off his kasaya and wash it in the courtyard with a bucket of water and a wooden board. He was obviously used to being a cow and horse in the little girl's temple. Su Fengnian squatted by the side and looked at the white ivory hook on the green kasaya. He smiled but did not say anything. The little monk said nervously, Your Highness, this kasaya can't be used as money for rouge. I'll be beaten to death by master if I give it to you. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't want your kasaya. You wear it very well. The little monk was still a little vigilant. Su Fengnian asked, I remember that abbot is a Taoist term. It's the name of the leader of Taoism's 10-direction forest. How did it become Buddhism's? The little monk was washing the kasaya. He was a simple-minded person and did not hear the teasing in his Royal Highness' words. He answered seriously, in terms of the origin of the word abbot, the Vimaksha Sutra of India was written 100 years earlier than Taoism's Benming Sutra. Moreover, Master told me that although the great abbot of the temple only lives in a small bedroom of 1 square foot, it can accommodate 3,000 small worlds and 3,000 lion forests. Listen, it's much more powerful than Taoism's heart of heaven. My master has never lost a debate. Oh, he only lost to master's wife. Su Fengnian was speechless and said, You Buddhists are powerful, but your master is more powerful. Su Fengnian saw Blue Bird standing at the door of the courtyard. He got up and walked over. Blue Bird said sternly, I heard that the second princess left the main group and rode alone. The 2 groups of Jianghu people are ready to make a move and are preparing to go out of the city. Su Fengnian took off the jade pendant from his waist and threw it to Blue Bird. He squinted and said, These people are in a hurry to be reincarnated? Go and take the 200 riders of the Phoenix Battalion. Don't forget to take the crossbows and kill them all. Blue Bird turned and left. Su Fengnian stood at the door. Outside the door, there was danger everywhere, but inside the door, it was peaceful. The little monk hung up the washed kasaya and looked inside the room. It's another sunny day. Lizzie, master said that I have no comprehension ability, and you also said that I am stupid. I don't practice the 2 Diana in our temple. You are my Diana, and you are beautiful. Chapter 68. Although there were 300,000 cavalrymen stationed at the border, the Bailiang border was never peaceful. The Yenlu king, Jiaodong king, and the other vassal kings all reported their safety in the same way. Only Su Xiao, who had a different surname, complained to the court every year. Beimang also cooperated, sending troops to disturb the border every few days. There was a small battle every year and a big battle every 3 years. Both sides had their victories and losses. As time passed, the officials in the court began to complain that Su Xiao had ulterior motives and that he was not satisfied with splitting the land and sealing the border. These scholars, who saw themselves as the trusted aides of the dynasty, were mostly reprimanded by the emperor in the palace. Those who were slightly more serious were demoted out of the capital. Often, after accumulating enough experience in the local provinces, they would be recalled to the central government every 5 or 6 years and given important tasks. As time passed, the scholars who were slow to realize that this was a shortcut to the south. In these years, Lame Su was an unavoidable barrier in the hearts of the scholars. If they did not scold him a few times, they would be embarrassed to call themselves loyal officials. At the last meeting at the end of the year, the newly promoted Grand Scholar of Wuing Hall, Wen Shouxin, had his servants carry a coffin all the way to the gate of the imperial city. The important official, who was not even 50 years old, asked for death with a blood letter in order to get rid of the emperor's subordinates. The scholars in the capital all clapped and cheered. In Bailiang, the Su flag flapped in the wind. Under the flag, the great pillar of the country, Su Xiao, rode slowly. There was only one handsome man beside him. His face was like jade, and he had the spirit of a scholar. However, he was dressed in military attire. He did not carry a sword and was empty-handed. A fine jade belt was tied around his waist, making him stand out from the crowd. The rest of the northern Liang's generals had to pull a long distance away from him. Su Xiao received a secret report from the capital and laughed lightly. Get rid of the emperor's subordinates? I am thousands of miles away from the emperor. These old scholars don't know how to save their energy to go home and deal with the beautiful concubines in their rooms. The elegant man in his 30s smiled but did not say anything. He rode beside Butcher Su Xiao. His expression was calm, and his imposing manner did not lose out too much. The common people all over the world said that the powerful king of Bailiang had a hunchback because he was burdened with hundreds of thousands of lonely souls and wild ghosts who refused to return to their homes. The reason why he was crippled was that he was tied down by the vengeful spirit of the #1 general of the old 9 kingdoms. These common people took delight in talking about it, so naturally, they would be scoffed at by the scholars who considered themselves as officials. Lame Su had been in the army for his entire life and had been injured countless times. How was he a devil with 3 heads and 6 arms? He was clearly a martial artist who had usurped power. Furthermore, how many years had it been since Lame Su had returned to the capital? Other than the older officials in the court, most of them had never interacted with the Pillar State before. They had never even met him. Under the heavens, who would be intimidated by this false reputation? Su Xiao gripped the reins and looked toward the northeast. With the horsewhip in his hand, he raised his arm and pointed to several places. He sighed ruefully, "I have not been there for too long. The old fellows who opposed me for several decades are either old or dead. It seems like no one remembers my vicious and merciless methods. Right now these young people are remonstrating with death. It is indeed lively, but it lacks a bit of sincerity. If this goes on, sooner or later these scholars will harm the country with their idle talk. What happened to West Chu in the past? They won the hearts of the people and the hearts of the scholars. Right now Beimang is valiant like wolves and tigers. They have coveted the country for a long time. I dare say that as soon as the Bailiang cavalry retreats, just relying on those cowardly generals of Yen Lu and Jiaodong, they will cry for their father and cry for their mother after several charges. The barbarians in the southeast are hard to tame. Suppressing them will lead to peace. Retreating will lead to rebellion. Rebellions are unpredictable. It is hard to guarantee that there are no traitors or traitors fanning the flames behind the scenes. The Western region's military, civil and religious forces are integrated into one body. They are known to be a solid piece of iron, virtually impervious to oil and salt. I don't care, the well water does not interfere with the river water. Alright, now even that esoteric Buddhism's red sect is starting to have designs on my son. Go to her place for Xianxia? Won't that make me a son-in-law who lives in his family? This woman is really tired of living. Do you believe that Laozi will take the cavalry and kidnap her from Mount Lantuo to Bailiang and make her my son's slave? The elegant-looking man's smile deepened. He did not doubt that the Pillar State would march straight into the western region for thousands of li. It was not appropriate for the cavalry to go east, but if the horses' hooves were to go west, the imperial court would be very happy to see it happen. This man did not speak much. He held the reins with one hand and put the other hand on his waist buckle. This dragon-patterned jade buckle had a very deep history. It was carved with 2 dragons fighting over the Ganoderma. It was the favorite of Yi Baikue, the head of the 4 great generals in the past. It was only taken off after his death and Su Xiao personally gave it to the man beside him. This trusted subordinate was Qin Jibao. The prestige of Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry was second only to Su Zhao's little butcher. It was he who had single-handedly forced him and Yi Baikue into a life-or-death situation. Before the final battle where the 2 armies were evenly matched, Qin Jibao rode out and dragged 2 peerless beauties with 2 ropes. In the end, he stabbed the wife and daughter of the unparalleled general to death. After this almost certain battle, Qin Jibao, who had already killed countless surrendered soldiers, became famous again. Su Xiao smiled and asked, "Jibao, how long has it been since you last saw my family's Wei Xiong?" Little Butcher's face was sharp and determined, but there was a subtle gentleness in it. However, his tone was still respectful. Reporting to Godfather, "It has been 4 years." Su Xiao urged the horse to gallop. He laughed and said, "Then you have to be careful. She rushed back to Bailiang this time and is not in a good mood." Qin Jibao swung the reins and followed. Northern Liang's valiant generals were as numerous as clouds, and their ferocious soldiers were innumerable. The only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Great Pillar State was Qin Jibao, who always wore a white robe when he was not wearing armor. A horse galloped. The horse was the red snake that appeared in the ancient painting 9 Horses painting. Even experts who knew horses did not think that such a spiritual horse really existed. The red snake was the land mount of the Dragon King after he transformed into a human. Its forehead was 9 feet tall and its fists were like a unicorn. The most mysterious thing was that there was a pair of red snakes dormant in the horse's nose. When the horse died, it would come out and find a new master. On the back of the red snake horse sat a plain-looking woman in a green robe. There was an ancient sword at her waist, simple and unadorned. The horse galloped so fast that dust flew like a line. She could already see the top of the city in the distance. In the city, there was a commotion everywhere. Half of Bailiang's army, more than 300 cavalrymen armed with swords and crossbows, rushed out in full force and charged through the bustling city. They split into two groups and surrounded two inconspicuous inns. Back then, when the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, stepped into Jianghu on horseback, it was different from the past wars. Every cavalryman was equipped with the current Phoenix Battalion's equipment. They wore light armor, which made it easier for them to fight while on horseback. Other than the generals who had amazing physical strength who could wield modeo, the rest of the cavalrymen carried standard cold swords. The archers carried 2 barrels of arrows, more than 40 of them. Chapter 69. If it was a one-on-one fight, other than the Bailiang generals who had made their name through hundreds of battles and some fierce soldiers who came from the green forests and grasslands, or the Jianghu sects, no one would be able to fight against the people of the Jianghu sections. But when the Bailiang cavalry gathered more than 100 men, the strength of their teamwork, honed through piles of corpses on the battlefield, became apparent. This was especially true when an entire battalion of cavalry was advancing in an orderly manner, either on horseback or with crossbows in hand. Very few enemies could break their edge. Moreover, the butcher Su Shao had never lacked lackeys who were completely opposite in skill and character. When this group of people killed Jianghu people who came from the same roots as the Bailiang cavalry, they were even more adept than the Bailiang cavalry. A head was worth 10 taels of gold or dozens of taels of gold. There were even some sect leaders whose heads were worth thousands of taels of gold. On top of that, they were given several secret manuals and official titles when they succeeded. Who wouldn't go crazy with killing? In any case, the best wool grew on the body of the fat sheep. Su Shao was the best at using the method of quenching thirst with the hope of plum blossoms to drive people to work for him. The billowing smoke that ignited in Jianghu was practically a catastrophe that hadn't been seen in 300 years. Otherwise, how could Su Fengnian be targeted by enemies who were as numerous as carps crossing the river? Perhaps it was because the Jianghu heroes felt that killing Su Shao was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and killing the 2 young daughters was beneath their dignity. Killing that idiot Su Longxiang wasn't considered a real man either. Therefore, they all aimed the tip of their swords and spears at the innocent and pitiful His Royal Highness. Not all the Jianghu heroes who bore a blood feud were willing to go to Bailiang Palace like moths to a flame. For so many years, wave after wave, none of them had returned. Revenge was the most important thing, but what could they do if they lost their lives? Which one of them was an idiot to be able to fight against the king of Bailiang, Su Zhao's character? Now, there was even a secret rumor that the hedonistic heir apparent was an extremely sinister bastard. Who knew when, while lying on the fair belly of a courtesan, he came up with the vicious idea of opening the door before letting the dog bite people. This made them beat their chests and stamp their feet. Although this heir apparent was an idiot who didn't know how to help the people, he had learned a lot from the butcher Su Shao when it came to harming people. He truly deserved to be killed. At this time, His Royal Highness, who everyone thought deserved to be killed, and the little girl came to a street far away from one of the inns. Su Fengnian bought 2 sticks of candied haws from a roadside stall. Don't expect His Royal Highness, who rarely carried money when he went out, to pay for it. The little girl was very impressed when she saw Su Fengnian take the candied haws and leave without being chased for debt or beaten. It couldn't be helped. Even though she had seen the grandeur of Bailiang Palace, the little girl still couldn't connect the beggar Su Fengnian with His Royal Highness. In her opinion, Su Fengnian was more pleasing to the eye when he was sallow and emaciated. It was more interesting to sit with her on the willow tree by the riverside and tie twigs. It was more enjoyable to support her in a quarrel with the village women. Alas, what was so good about His Royal Highness? A penniless Su Fengnian was enough. The little girl stuck out her tongue and licked the candied haws, thinking very gloomily. Su Fengnian said that a young girl's feelings were always poetic. So, at her age, no matter how gloomy or sad she was, she would still look good. When she became a young married woman, she would be finished. He said that a young married woman's feelings were always poetic. She didn't quite understand, but she knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Every time he laughed wickedly, someone would suffer. Where did old Huang, who had suffered the most, go? She thought for a while and didn't ask. Su Fengnian chewed on the candied haws and was in a good mood when he heard the cold whooshing sounds of crossbows in the distance and the mournful wails that followed. He wasn't worried about scaring the little girl beside him who wanted to go out with him. In the past, Su Fengnian and old Huang had worked hard to set a trap and catch a small wild boar. At first, Su Fengnian didn't get the hang of it, and his knife wasn't sharp enough. The wild boar with rough skin and thick flesh didn't die after a few stabs. She couldn't stand it and took the knife to stab the wild boar to death. No wonder she said that she wanted to be a heroine and not one of those noble ladies who smiled without showing their teeth. Su Fengnian liked her as if she was his own sister. So, she was different from anyone else in the prince's residence. She was probably old Huang's only close friend when he was alive. Su Fengnian stopped chewing on the candied haws and stared at the young man and woman at the corner of the alley in front of him. The little girl looked up and saw Su Fengnian laughing wickedly again. She only pulled on his sleeve and cleverly didn't say anything. Su Fengnian blinked and shook his head at the little girl, then walked forward alone. The young woman held the young man's hand tightly and shook her head. "Senior He, don't go. The matter has already been exposed. If we go, we will die. 100 or 200 Bailiang cavalry is not something we can deal with." The man surnamed He's eyes were red and his face was pale. He said with grief and indignation, "Junior sister, your father and mother are there. If not for master and mistress taking me in, I would have starved to death on the streets. A master for a day is a father for life. Even if I die, I will go." Facing the tragedy of her parents dying, the woman was still calm and cold-blooded. She tightened her grip on her senior brother's wrist and gritted her teeth. "Senior He, if you die, you won't even be able to see Su Fengnian and Su Weisheng's faces. How can you die like this? Is this filial piety your filial piety?" That senior martial brother was still determined to meet his death. The beautiful woman let go of his hand and slapped his face. She sneered, "Then you can die." Without her senior brother, she spat out a few words with every step she took. "I want to live. That Su Fengnian is weak but lustful. Even if I enter a brothel, I won't regret it. I will first give my body to His Royal Highness a few times until he is completely numb and careless. After being played by him a few times, I will stab him a few times when I kill him. This prince doesn't know what's good for him and claims that he never destroys flowers. I want him to die in the land of warmth and tenderness." The senior brother's heart ached, but he still walked forward. Jianghu grudges end in Jianghu, and Jianghu men die in Jianghu. This may be stupid, but Jianghu is not like the palace. There are many fools who only know filial piety. They don't care about foolish filial piety. After he walked away, the woman said disdainfully, "My parents raised this kind of trash for more than 20 years for nothing." Well scolded. He doesn't understand the big picture at all. He will die in vain. "Miss, you are the one who can endure humiliation. If I were His Royal Highness, I wouldn't be willing to kill a beauty like you." The woman turned around in horror and saw a young master in brocade clothes leaning against the wall. He had a smile on his face and held a stick of candied haws in his left hand. She had seen a portrait that she was almost tired of looking at. Therefore, she recognized the man in front of her, even if he turned into ashes. However, in the portrait, His Royal Highness's eyes were frivolous and weak. At this time, he should be called Su Fengnian. Why did he have a domineering aura? Before she could use her glib tongue, the winter-embroidered knife was unsheathed. A crack several feet deep appeared on the thick wall behind her. The woman's head fell to the ground. Su Fengnian threw away the stick of candied haws and looked at the head on the ground. He said calmly, "Who said I don't kill women?" Chapter 70. Su Fengnian abruptly turned his head and saw a thin figure standing at the end of the alley. His mind raced as he quickly saw the person's face. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was actually the delicate girl from the beef shop. She was holding a bamboo stick, her delicate shoulders trembling as she stared blankly at His Royal Highness, who was holding a knife. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or be fierce. It was very awkward. If it was the assassin's accomplice, he could just kill him. But this little girl was so harmless that she didn't give His Royal Highness a chance to make things difficult for her. She had already turned and ran away. Su Fengnian didn't intend to pursue the matter. She was just a pretty girl from a small family. It was already quite impressive that she wasn't scared out of her wits. How could she dare to gossip? Besides, no one would believe her, and even if they did, no one would care. In Bailiang, if Su Xiao wasn't the emperor who only lacked a 9-dragon embroidered robe, then what was he? Su Fengnian found the little girl who lived in the temple. She was still fighting with the sugar-coated hawthorn with her small mouth. She probably thought the hawthorn was too sour, so she only bit off the rock sugar on the outside. She couldn't bear to throw away the rest, nor was she willing to eat it. She just stood there waiting for him. Su Fengnian didn't stand on ceremony and took the hawthorn, swallowing it in a few bites. He pulled the little girl to the beef shop 3 streets away and ordered 3 servings of soy sauce meat. The owner of the shop was still attentive. Su Fengnian didn't see the girl from the bamboo branch, who was probably called Jia. When they returned to Prince Liang's residence, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Before you go home, I want to show you something." Miss East-West asked curiously, "What is it?" Su Fengnian gently said, "The mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed." The little girl curled her lips and said, "My father said that the mysteries of heaven are all lies." Su Fengnian didn't think much of it and took her back to the residence. They first went to Wutong Garden. As soon as they entered the courtyard, he clapped his hands. When they heard the clapping, all the servant girls, including Sweet Potato, Green Ant, and Cucumber, stopped what they were doing and rushed out of the building. They piled up in the courtyard, chattering and laughing, all of them looking forward to it. Although the little girl had seen Sister Sweet Potato, when so many beautiful sisters suddenly appeared, she was still a little dazed. She only heard Su Fengnian say, "The rules are the same as before. Go to the top of the mountain around this time tomorrow." The sisters burst into laughter, beaming with joy, and dispersed. After Su Fengnian sent the little girl who was in the dark back to her residence, he walked alone to a music hall called Chu Shu Bao Down. It was a 5-story building. There were bells, drums, zither, and cymbals in the hall. There were all kinds of instruments. There were more than 10 great musicians and music officials, and more than 160 little musicians. There were even more singers and dancers. These people were all raised by His Royal Highness for free. In the entire Liangdi, other than him, no one else could afford to raise this music hall. On the first floor, there was a large set of bells. There were as many as 8 sets of 65 bells. The bell racks were 2.5 meters high and were divided into 3 layers. They were arranged in a curved ruler shape, looking magnificent. The largest bell was as tall as a person and almost 500 caddies. This was the so-called bell chime that signified the height of wealth and rank. The bell chimes were here. The Liang dynasty followed the ancient etiquette. There were 8 sons of heaven, 6 dukes of princes, 4 marquises, and 2 scholars. Therefore, the Bailiang Palace dance team could have 6 sons of heaven and 48 sons of heaven. Su Fengnian did not engage in honest work. For a period of time, he was obsessed with etiquette and music. He was most fond of the secular music of Shu, which was recognized as the most decadent sound in the world. He was also good at the Grand Chu music, which was praised by the sons of this old man. His Royal Highness was able to play all the courtesans in Liangdi, big and small, not just by throwing money at them. The bell was the head of all the music. Su Fengnian lightly tapped the bell to test the sound. He frowned. The casting of the bells in the prince's mansion was superb. The shape was vigorous, the thickness was appropriate, and the range was wide. However, they were only used a few times a year, so it was inevitable that there would be some deviation when the sound was changed. Half of the 60-odd bells in this group were made by him and Su Weisheng. They were the most sensitive to the sound of the bells. If one were to say that Su Fengnian was idle, it would not be wrong to accuse His Royal Highness, who was born in a first-class noble family. Making bells was more time-consuming and exhausting than leading an evil dog and servant out on the street to molest a good girl. Was he really going to become a bell maker in the future? It was not only the bells. Su Fengyan also studied the sheng. Following his second sister, who knew everything, he improved the 13 and 17 movements to 24 and 36 movements, like the clear cry of a young phoenix. Su Fengyan bent down and stretched out his finger to strike the bell. The sound of the bell was melodious and vigorous. When the sound weakened, he said softly, "Come out," killing two birds with one stone. Yu Wei, who had been upstairs all day, came down. After the winter solstice, it was a good day for the rhythm of the yellow bell. She was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, untainted by dust, slim and elegant. Little Li walked in through the door. She had been tiptoeing and secretly following His Royal Highness to the music hall where Chu and Shu musicians bowed their heads. She could barely be considered a girl next door who had just grown up, but in the Bailiang Palace where beautiful maids were everywhere, she really did not stand out. Even the dancers and singers who were kept as playthings by His Royal Highness could not compare to her. Fortunately, the little girl had not reached the age where she would consciously be jealous of others. She only wanted to be a carefree heroine in the Jianghu. She was ignorant and did not know how to compete with others. The little girl giggled and jumped to Su Fengyan's side. She touched the big bell curiously and said with a look of admiration, "Su Fengyan, you know about this?" Su Fengyan smiled and said, "I know a little." The little girl said regretfully, "I'm far from it. My mother said that I'm tone deaf since I was young. It's worse than the chanting of the monks at home." Su Fengyan joked, "I already learned about it when I taught you how to whistle." The little girl raised her foot to step on Su Fengyan, but her foot was dodged. The little girl was unwilling to give up and began to chase His Royal Highness. Yu Wei, who was standing at the stairs, sighed softly, "This little girl is really brave." After fooling around for a while, Su Fengyan saw a blue bird standing at the door with an unnatural expression. Chapter 71. Su Fengyan's heart skipped a beat. He held the girl's head with one hand and pointed at Yu Wei with the other. He smiled and said, "Lizzie, you play with this fish sister first. I have to go pick up someone." The girl made an "oh" sound. Su Fengyan turned to look at Yu Wei at the door and ordered, "You take care of Lizzie." "Oh right, I need you to practice the sword for the next 2 days." Yu Wei frowned but did not refuse in the end. Su Fengyan flew to Wutong Garden, picked up 2 boxes of chess pieces, and ran towards the lake. He saw a woman leading a horse forward. Behind her, the housekeepers and servants did not dare to breathe loudly. They trembled like mice in front of a cat. Su Fengyan jogged over and threw a glance at the servants. The group of silent servants immediately scattered like birds and beasts as if they had been granted amnesty. Su Fengyan smiled and said flatteringly, "Second sister, are you tired? Are you hungry?" The woman who was flattered by His Royal Highness glanced at Su Fengyan's embroidered winter saber. Her eyes became colder and she did not make a sound. Su Fengyan was not discouraged. He carefully accompanied her and said, "Second sister, I carved a set of chess pieces for you on Wudong Mountain. According to your 19 paths, there are 361 pieces. Take a look." In the palace, the servants all knew that first Junju was afraid of Dezhugua, Dezhugua was afraid of His Royal Highness, and Su Fengyan was afraid of Su Wisheng. Everything had its vanquisher. When it came to second Junju, there was nothing to be afraid of. As a woman, she dared to use a sword to kill people on the battlefield of Bailiang. There was no one in the palace who did not feel their hair stand on end when they saw her. Jiang and I was a female servant with a backbone, but she was also thrown to the bottom of the well by Su Wisheng for 3 days and 3 nights. When she was pulled out of the well, the originally beautiful girl was like a ghost without a soul. Su Wisheng didn't even look at the chess pieces in the box as he silently walked forward. Su Fengyan felt wronged and called out to his sister. "I'm your sister?" Su Wisheng said coldly. Su Fengyan's footsteps did not stop as he muttered, "I'm just practicing the saber. Do you have to make such a fuss with me? I haven't seen you in 3 years, but you don't even smile." Su Wisheng brazenly attacked. In the twilight, a streak of brilliance surged. Su Fengnian felt a throbbing pain on the back of his left hand, and the chess box fell from his hand. The whole box of 180 white chess pieces fell from the air, splashing more than 100 water droplets. It was really like a fairy scattering flowers. Su Weisheng continued to move forward, ignoring His Royal Highness, who was stunned on the spot. She only said expressionlessly, "I saw it." Su Fengnian, who only had a box of black chess pieces left, looked at the figure of his second sister in the distance and sighed for a long time. On the second day, Su Fengnian went to the Luo Tu courtyard to visit Su Weisheng, but his second sister refused to see him. On the third day, he finally saw his second sister, and this was thanks to Su Fengnian climbing over walls and buildings. She was lying on the bed, holding a book, records of examiners, which was not respected by the current scholars. She ignored Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian smiled mischievously and wanted to lie on the bed, but Su Weisheng unsheathed her ancient sword by half an inch. Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Second sister, when will you calm down?" She said softly, "I'm going to return to the academy soon. If I don't see you, I won't be angry." Su Fengnian was stunned and asked, "You're not going to celebrate the new year at home? You're not going to wait for Su Xiao to come back?" Su Weisheng just turned a page. Su Fengnian was silent. From noon to dusk, Su Fengnian put down the lonely chess box and left the Luo Tu courtyard, which was as clean as a snow cave. Su Weisheng got off the bed and ate some snacks. Looking at the sky outside the window, she went to the stable to get the red snake. She said she was going to leave, so she really left. She did not hesitate. Su Weisheng led out the psychic horse that she had tamed by chance. After hesitating for a moment, she returned to the courtyard and took something small. Su Fengnian stood at the entrance of the prince's mansion, watching the horse, the man, and the sword leave resolutely. Su Fengnian did not need to go to the Luo Tu courtyard to know that the box of chess pieces was placed in the distance. Why bother? How could there be a woman in the world who liked to travel alone? Su Fengnian walked to the top of Mount Qingliang. Under the yellow crane tower, there would be a song and dance that was rarely seen in the world. It was originally for little Li Zi. He did not expect to give it to second sister. The brilliant Bailiang soul-suppressing song was written by the departing Su Weisheng. Su Fengnian composed the song. Tonight, there would be Yu Youwei's sword dance. Red Musk, Bluebird, and the other girls would sing. Green Ant, Huang Shang, and the other 30 musicians would sing. There were 160 singers and dancers. At the top of Mount Qingliang, the lights were as bright as day. The entire city could look up and see the brilliance here. The entire city could hear the majestic sounds of nature. The people in the city crazily spread the news. His Royal Highness is going to reward the children with a song again. Under the yellow crane tower, the flames were like a rainbow. Bailiang has millions of households. How many of them are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones? Scholarly honors and wine. How many grains of dust are the emperors, generals, and ministers? A rabbit walks on the mountain, a fox sleeps in the forest, swallowing the mountains like a tiger. 10 pearls, snow mud, red stove, white hands, and a slender waist become orphans. 100,000 crossbows shoot down countless. Millions of heads roll on the road. A good man, don't say that the heroes of the world have fallen into his trap. Little girl, don't hide your admiration deep in your belly. Come, 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 let's hear who's beating the beauty drum. Come, 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 let's see who's the butcher of the young world. The soul-suppressing song had a total of 1,008 words. It was widely circulated in the Bailiang army. There were only 3 people on the city gate tower: Su Xiao, his adopted son Chen Jibao, and Su Weisheng, who was stopped by them in the end. Su Xiao held a bowl of strong wine in his right hand. He closed his eyes and listened to the song, his left hand patting his knee. Chen Jibao's expression was solemn. Su Weisheng heard half of the song and went downstairs. She held a round, pitch-black chess piece in her hand. Yellow crane tower. This was the first time the little girl had seen such a vast and brilliant battle array. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The timid and stupid Nanbei beside her was so scared that he ran away and disappeared without a trace. Li Zi stared blankly at his Royal Highness, who was reclining on a couch not far away. He was slowly drinking wine, wearing a purple and gold crown on his head, dressed in a white robe and a scarlet mark between his eyebrows. He looked like a celestial being who had forgotten his worries. Chapter 72. On the fourth day, she finally ran out of ideas. The little monk, Bei Bei, was also on the verge of going crazy. The little girl could only sigh and groan as she walked to the carriage that Su Fengnian had prepared for her. The carriage was filled with her favorite snacks and fruits. She put them all on the bill, so the next time she saw Su Fengnian, she would have to pay him back. As for whether or not the copper coins in the bowl under her father's bed were enough, she didn't care at all. The little monk, Bei Bei, was also about to go crazy. The little girl could only sigh and groan as she walked to the carriage that Su Fengnian had prepared for her. The carriage was filled with her favorite snacks and fruits. She put them all on the bill, so the next time she saw Su Fengnian, she would have to pay him back. As for whether or not the copper coins in the bowl under her father's bed were enough, she didn't care. The little girl saw that His Royal Highness didn't seem to be getting on the carriage, as if something was missing. She anxiously said, "Su Fengnian, you're not going to see me off?" Su Fengnian raised his head and gently said, "No, I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist snatching you back once we leave the city." The little girl immediately became happy. See, Su Fengnian still cared about her as a close friend. If he couldn't see her off, then so be it. He was still young and she was still young. She wasn't afraid that she wouldn't have a chance to see him off in the future. Besides, Su Fengnian said that he would come back to her home to play in 2 years at the latest. The little girl was so happy that she forgot that she hadn't told His Royal Highness where she lived or what temple it was. There were countless temples in the world. No matter how resourceful His Royal Highness was, if he didn't have a clue, how could he find it? She sat in the car and lowered her head to play with a string of red sandalwood prayer beads in her hand. 108 beads symbolized the destruction of 6 roots and 6 kinds of worries in 3 lifetimes. This was a sacred object of Buddhism that His Royal Highness piously asked for from an eminent monk of Mount Jihua. The master of that eminent monk just happened to pass away at the age of 108. He held the string of Buddhist horse rope and chanted countless sutras. Naturally, it contained a kind of great merit that could only be understood. It could be seen that the heartless His Royal Highness cherished this little girl from the bottom of his heart. That night, the old soldiers in the city were filled with mixed feelings as they listened to the brilliant Baoyang's soul-suppressing song. The little girl ran to His Royal Highness's couch and was pulled into his arms. She wasn't shy at all. Listening to the song and smelling the scent of alcohol, she felt her heart was at peace. Before boarding the car, the little monk clasped his hands and bowed to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian smiled and bowed back. The little monk was more familiar with the ways of the world than the little girl. He said many words of gratitude from the bottom of his heart. From the beginning to the end, the little monk didn't have any aversion to this notorious, heavenly playboy of Baoyang. Perhaps it was because he had heard Li Zi talk about how good and smart Su Fengnian was before they met, so he had a good first impression of him. In addition, during this period of time, he only saw His Royal Highness playing with Li Zi. He didn't see him being domineering or evil. In the end, he even brought him a few Buddhist scriptures that the temple lacked from that big attic. The little monk really couldn't hate him. The carriage moved slowly. The little girl lifted the curtain and waved her hand vigorously. Su Fengnian smiled and waved back. When she could no longer see Su Fengnian's slender figure, the little girl sat back down on the embroidered stool. She was a little annoyed and her heart was empty. The little monk asked, "Li Zi, why didn't I see the coachman you mentioned, old Huang?" The little girl, who was originally listless, immediately became radiant and said, "Old Huang, he's the most interesting. When he smiles, I can see that he's missing 2 front teeth. Old Huang loves his ivory comb the most. He always hides it, afraid that Su Fengnian will sell it for money. But he's willing to let me comb his hair. Anyway, old Huang and I have a good relationship." As long as Li Zi was in a good mood, the little monk was in a good mood. Even if Li Zi was in a good mood because of old Huang or even Su Fengnian, the little monk didn't care. Stupid Nanbei. The little girl suddenly used her finger to knock the little monk's head and scolded, "Who told you to call me Li Zi?" The little monk held his head and said, "Su Fengnian always calls you that." The little girl became angry from embarrassment and said, "Are you him? Are you the same?" The little monk said timidly, "Okay, Thing." The little girl gritted her teeth and said, "You're not allowed to call me Thing. Wu Nanbei, you stupid Nanbei." The little monk tactfully shut his mouth. She was really angry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him by his full name, Wu Nanbei. This was because her master used to hold onto Li Zi's braid and earnestly taught her that monks shouldn't talk about their names, Taoism, or longevity. She was not allowed to call her family by their original names before they were born. Alas, her master didn't have any strong points. This was the only good thing about him. Li Thing. Wu Nanbei. Although the little monk's face was reserved, he was actually thinking happily in his heart, "You're Thing, and I'm Nanbei. As long as we're together, everything will be fine." Poor Su Shao could only appear in his mansion when the little girl and the little monk left the city. He sat with Su Fengnian in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Only the father and son were there. Even Chen Zhibao wasn't present. De Zhugua had 6 adopted sons. Chen Zhibao, Yuan Zhuozong, Yi Shizhen, Yao Jian, Qi Dengua, and Chu Lushan. Their personalities were very different. His Royal Highness also had a subtle relationship with them. Su Fengnian didn't get along with Chen Zhibao since they were young. In the past, he didn't have a good impression of Yuan Zhuozong and Qi Dengua, the 2 invincible generals. In the past year, their relationship had improved so much that they even drank together a few times. As for the scholarly general Yi Shizhen, his relationship with his Royal Highness was always mediocre. However, Yao Jian, who was proficient in the green pouch technique, was always able to talk to Su Fengnian. The young heir liked to watch Yao Jian gnaw on soil and seal acupoints the most. He always found it very interesting. Needless to say, the round Lu Qiuer bowed and bent his knees as if he was Su Fengnian's biological son. No one doubted that if his Royal Highness wanted him to kill his family's wife and children, Lu Qiuer would frown. Su Shao said proudly, "I met your second sister near the city gate. This time, she didn't scold me. Isn't your father awesome?" Su Fengnian said gloomily, "She didn't scold you because she was sulking with me. She didn't take you seriously at all." Su Shao, the dignified de Zhugua, was acting like a village farmer. He said shamelessly, "I don't care about that." Su Fengnian said angrily, "You don't even know how to hold your second sister back. In any case, she can spend the new year at home." Su Shao curled his lips. "Then wouldn't I be asking to be scolded?" Su Fengnian shook his head. He had a stomach full of anger. He took a deep breath and asked, "I performed that illegal song and dance 2 days ago. Is it all right?" Su Shao said embarrassedly, "It's fine, it's fine. How can I run into the emperor's death every time?" Su Fengnian snorted. Su Shao could only laugh along. When Su Fengnian was 14, the late emperor died suddenly. During the period of mourning, His Royal Highness danced and sang at the Yellow Crane Tower. All of Bailiang was shocked and dumbfounded. De Zhugua, covered in dust, rushed back to the prince's mansion and was about to beat this bastard of a son. In the end, he couldn't bear to do it. He only dragged out the 200 people from the music house and beheaded them as a public display. At that time, the newly ascended emperor showed a merciful side. He only verbally reprimanded Su Fengnian a little, using the reason that he was young and ignorant to suppress the criticism of the civil and military officials. Only 3 years later, he had the intention of making the naughty son of Bailiang his son-in-law. The whole world was in an uproar and couldn't understand. Su Fengnian asked, "How's my second sister's swordsmanship?" De Zhugua smiled. "It's still a little lacking compared to the master Nangong you attracted." Su Fengnian was surprised. "I know my second sister's swordsmanship isn't bad, but it's actually this good?" De Zhugua said proudly, "Wei Xiong, this girl, always wants to be first in everything she does. That turtle bastard nicknamed Huang Longshi will sooner or later be used as a stepping stone by your second sister." Su Fengnian carried Xiu Dong on his shoulder and held the back of his head with both hands. He leaned against the red and gold pillars of the pavilion and said lazily, Why don't I put my second sister's face together with Bai Hu-er's? After thinking about it, only the two of them are suitable. De Zhugua rolled his eyes. If you say this to either of them, you'll be asking for a beating. A red hoe and a spring thunder, you'll suffer. Su Fengnian sighed. You're right. We can't beat them. De Zhugua lowered his voice. I have an expert in my hands. If you have the ability, take him. Su Fengnian frowned and asked subconsciously, how high? De Zhugua stretched out his two hands. In the whole world, he's really in the top 10. 40 years ago, he was in the top 3. 20 years ago, he was definitely in the top 5. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. Isn't he even higher than old Huang? Su Xiao smiled. Su Fengnian asked, where did you hide him? Su Xiao pointed at the tide listening pavilion and said mysteriously, he's suppressed under the pavilion. The reason why I built this pavilion and why your master is here is because of this once-in-a-century-old monster. Su Fengnian shook his head. With my inexperienced skills, do you think I'm going to court death? Su Xiao nodded. There's no rush. That old monster's evil tendencies haven't been wiped out. Anyone who goes now is indeed courting death. Su Fengnian muttered to himself, then I won't dare go to the tide listening pavilion in the future. Su Xiao smiled. You can go. Su Fengnian said resolutely, I won't go even if you beat me to death. Chapter 73. He laughed to himself and said, 2 days ago, I asked someone to send a box of forbidden erotic books up the mountain. I wonder if the bull rider was hung up and whipped by his second senior brother? Beggar Su, you are still so boring. The cold voice of the white fox face floated out from the attic. Su Fengnian pushed the door open and saw the white fox face standing under the white jade relief of the flying apsaras of Dunhuang in the hall. Su Fengnian laughed and said, I haven't heard this title for more than a year. His Royal Highness carried the exquisite embroidery of winter, and the white fox face and waist hung the simple spring thunder. Su Fengnian said to himself shamelessly, so we are quite compatible. The white fox face slowly turned her head and shifted her gaze from the mural to Su Fengnian. She was full of murderous intent. Su Fengnian said helplessly, I mean the embroidery of winter and spring thunder. Nonsense, no matter how beautiful the white fox face was, His Royal Highness would not fall in love with a man. The white fox face looked again at the 64 flying apsaras of Dunhuang. Each of them was as tall as a human. They wore 5 jeweled crowns on their heads, some were Daoist crowns, some were in a bun, and some were smiling. Their upper bodies were bare, and their shoulders were covered with ribbons. They were holding flutes, and kongho. It was like a fairyland filled with heavenly flowers falling from the sky. His Royal Highness knew to ride on Su Zhao's neck and attract the attention of the flying apsaras when he was young. If this was not a unique bone structure, what was it? If this was not a gift, what was it? However, after he grew up, he did not do it often. After all, Su Jihu liked to sleep with Su Fengnian the most. He did not let go of him even when he was 12 or 13 years old. Su Fengnian's habit of hugging his neck and stroking his earlobe while sleeping was due to her indulgence. Bai Hu-er's face shifted a few steps and stared at a fairy at the top of the northwest corner. This fairy was adorned with precious bracelets on her arms and held a phoenix-headed kongho in her hand. Upon closer inspection, she only had one eye. Su Fengnian didn't take it to heart. He said with lingering fear, Su Xiao said there's an old monster suppressed at the bottom of the Tide Hark Pavilion. White Fox Face, be careful. Bai Hu-er's face looked as if she had a sudden epiphany. The spring thunder was unsheathed and hit the eyes of the flying beast. The spring thunder bounced back into the sheath. That flying apsaras did not move at all, but the other 63 flying apsaras began to drift slowly. A door appeared in front of them. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded and muttered, "Is this the finishing touch?" The face of White Fox walked straight in. Su Fengnian wanted to pull him back but failed. After a moment of hesitation, he followed him into the darkness. With the help of the moonlight in the hall, he could see that there was a staircase leading to the basement. White Fox's face drew out spring thunder, illuminating the road with a clear blade. Su Fengnian followed suit and drew out his winter embroidered blade. When Su Fengnian counted to 63, the staircase gradually became clearer. It was a hall with 4 luminous pearls embedded in the 4 walls. It was like a tomb. Memorial tablets. It was filled with the memorial tablets of Baoyang's fallen generals and generals. No less than 600 pieces. A thatched mat was placed in the center of the hall for kneeling and worshipping. The mat couldn't conceal an even larger yin-yang fish formation. Su Fengnian looked at the memorial tablets. Only a small number of them were familiar to him. They were all the meritorious generals of Baoyang's army who died in the chaotic spring and autumn war that swept the world. A general's success was built on the bones of 10,000. This was just the language of a scholar. Here, in this place, was the real underworld. White Fox's face showed no signs of fear. He only asked, "Do you want to exchange winter embroidered for spring thunder?" Su Fengnian knew something was wrong. He shook his head and said, "No, I don't." White Fox's face was obviously annoyed by His Royal Highness' lack of tact. He narrowed his phoenix eyes and stared at Su Fengnian as if he was looking at a memorial tablet. White Fox's face could see that spring thunder was more suitable for His Royal Highness to practice his blade than winter embroidered. Su Fengnian pretended not to see anything. If he was not mistaken, the peerless master who had been suppressed for 20 years was lying dormant underground. Judging from White Fox's posture, he was obviously curious. With his temper, he would most likely go and find out. Su Fengnian didn't want to be a lamb in a tiger's den. His second Jianghu adventure wasn't so desperate that he had to take the risk. Bai Hure frowned and compromised for the first time. "I want to go down another level. But this is your home after all. So, if you agree to my request, other than exchanging blades with you, I will also agree to another condition." Su Fengnian said without hesitation, "Okay." White Fox's face was even more straightforward. He threw spring thunder to Su Fengnian directly. Su Fengnian caught spring thunder. He was not in a hurry to exchange winter embroidered to White Fox's face. Instead, he asked seriously, "Can I state my condition now?" White Fox's face nodded. Su Fengnian said seriously, "The condition is that we don't go down now. If you want to go back on your words, you have to kill me first." No, you have to knock me out." White Fox's face widened his pair of limpid eyes and looked at His Royal Highness who was holding dual blades. Suddenly, White Fox's face smiled. If those Dunhuang flying apsaras were to be compared to the current him, they would not have the immortal Buddha Chi. Su Fengnian was stunned, but he did not dare to let his guard down. This was the first time White Fox's face smiled in front of him. He seemed to be angry. Yes, it was the anger of a woman. He said slowly, "You win this time, scoundrel Su." Su Fengnian was finally relieved. The feeling of being on the brink of death was really unbearable. White Fox's face stretched out his hand. Su Fengnian's eyes were full of doubts. White Fox's face said angrily, "Give me winter embroidered blades. Go upstairs. We'll go down when you're braver." Su Fengnian was stunned. He threw the winter embroidered blades to White Fox's face. He was a little reluctant to part with them. He had been relying on this little lady since they were on Mount Wudong. They went upstairs together. White Fox's face took the winter embroidered blades and knocked the flying eyeballs. The mural miraculously returned to its original state. Su Fengnian was about to slip away. Unexpectedly, White Fox's face was not angry. He only said softly, "Drink with me." Su Fengnian ran to the Wutong garden and brought back 2 pots of good wine. The 2 of them sat on the edge of the magnificent platform of the tide-listening pavilion. White Fox's face sat cross-legged while Su Fengnian's feet hung in the air outside the platform. Bai Hure gulped down a mouthful of wine. "The Prince of Northern Liang is the most ambitious man I've ever met, but I still don't understand how Su Shao became a powerful minister even though he's been promoting legalism and hegemony for the past year. When I saw more than 600 memorial tablets just now, I seemed to understand a little. With 600 people working for you, even if you're an idiot, you can still rule over a province. If these 600 people are all heroes who are willing to sacrifice their lives for you, then what? Everyone knows that the king of Baoyang, Su Shao, started out with 600 brave riders. Now there are only a few left, right? They're probably all there. Su Fengnian looked at the night sky. White Fox's face said softly, "Is it tiring to have such a father?" Su Fengnian shook his head. White Fox's face shook the wine pot and mocked. "Your father's methods, scheming and endurance are all top-notch, but you're a scoundrel." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "Don't make fun of me, an idiot. Didn't I use embroidery winter to cheat you of spring thunder? If you're not satisfied, we can exchange it back." White Fox's face curled into a charming smile. She took another sip of wine. Even when drinking, she was still so bold. She said, "Tell me, what's your condition?" Su Fengnian said softly, "Let's not talk about it. If you want to go down, then go down. Just let me know when the time comes. I'll ask Su Xiao to arrange more people for you." White Fox's face was suspicious. "Since when are you so kind?" Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "I don't have many friends to begin with. Because of the Lingzhou prefecture's magistrate, who was determined to be a loyal minister, I lost one last year. No matter what you think of me, I'll always treat you as a friend." White Fox's face was expressionless. She only raised her head and drank. Soon, the whole pot was emptied by him. She reached out her hand and asked Su Fengnian for more wine. Su Fengnian shook the wine pot in his hand and smiled. "I've already drunk. Do you still want more?" Slightly tipsy, White Fox's face said loudly, "Give it to me." Su Fengnian handed it over. He was half surprised and half annoyed. He was surprised that White Fox's face, who was so proud and arrogant, was beginning to not care about trifles with him. He was annoyed that White Fox's face was definitely not a woman. White Fox's face said something that almost made Su Fengnian vomit blood. "If only you were a woman. I'll marry you." Chapter 74. His Royal Highness had always been the one to tease others. How could he be the one being teased? Moreover, the White Fox face beside him was a man. Su Fengnian could only feel sorrow welling up from within. Unfortunately, even the Spring Thunder Saber was no match for the White Fox face. He immediately had the urge to go into seclusion to practice his saber skills. After practicing for a few hundred years, he would be invincible in the world. His Royal Highness had fallen so low that he could only hypnotize himself. Bai Huer continued to drink her wine. Her red phoenix eyes glanced at scoundrel Su from the corner of her eye and felt a sense of relief. Drinking 2 pots of wine warmed her stomach, but when she spoke, it warmed her heart. No wonder beggar Su was still so stubborn even though he was so poor during his travels. Sometimes, his words were the most infuriating, even sharper than the embroidery of winter and spring thunder. The White Fox face finished his wine and placed the 2 empty pots beside his feet. He looked at the calm surface of the lake and smiled. "I listened to the brilliant Baoyang soul suppression song that night. The lyrics were well written, but the music was a bit lacking, wasting 1008 words." Su Fengnian pointed at himself and laughed dryly. "Forgive me, it was indeed my music." The White Fox face gave him a punch and a jujube. "I said it was not good because of the brilliant lyrics in front of me. If your music was put aside, it was still beyond my expectations. Seems like I can't call you an idiot in the future." Su Fengnian leaned back and lay on the ground. He said indifferently, "Go ahead. It's not easy to meet a guy who doesn't get angry when he scolds me. I can't let it go to waste." The White Fox face asked, "What if someone else scolds you?" Su Fengnian said righteously, "First I scold him back, then I beat him to death." The White Fox face suddenly understood. No wonder Baoyang said you were domineering and arrogant. Su Fengnian pretended to be deep and said, "I think you can tell that I'm just pretending. Actually, I'm enduring hardships and building up my courage. One day, I'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. I'll let everyone in the world know of my political and martial prowess." The White Fox face said lazily, "You're not pretending, you're just going with the flow. You've always been a lazy and scoundrel." Su Fengnian held his belly and laughed. "White Fox face, you know me best. What did you say just now?" "Oh, I remember, if you're a woman, I'll marry you." White Fox ignored him and asked softly, "A lazy person like you actually learned how to use the sword. Is it really for old Huang?" Su Fengnian shook his head. White Fox faced the sword. There's a high chance that I won't be able to defeat that old monster Wang Xinji in this lifetime. Naturally, I won't be able to retrieve old Huang's sword case. I'm very clear about this. But I secretly thought that if I can't defeat Wang Xinji, I can still wait until the day he dies of old age. If the second in the world can live for another 60 or 70 years, I'll be convinced. If I can't live until that day, I'll tear down the entire martial emperor city. The white fox face smiled and asked, then you won't go to the Eastern Sea before Wang Xinji dies of old age? Su Fengnian said seriously, I'll go. Maybe I'll have to leave Bailiang after the first lunar month. Some debts have to be paid, some have to be scolded, and some have to be killed. Of course, I'll also make a trip to Martial Emperor City. The white fox face turned to look at His Royal Highness who was lying on the ground. She asked doubtfully, since you can't defeat him and retrieve the sword case, why go? Su Fengnian said calmly, I'm just going to take a look. If I don't take a look, I'm afraid that after a year or 2 or 3, I'll forget about old Huang and the sword case. The white fox face thought for a while. She lay down straight and stretched her legs. She said softly, you seem to be the same as me. You're afraid that you won't be able to hold on and will forget everything. I was right to give you the embroidery of winter. Now that I'm giving you the spring thunder, it won't be bad. Su Fengnian laughed mischievously, white fox face, it's a pity that you're a man. The white fox face returned the compliment. She squinted her eyes and smiled, it's a pity that you're not a woman. Su Fengnian closed his eyes. The white fox face said softly, I won't follow you out of Bailiang. There are 5 floors of secret manuals in the arsenal. Before I reach the last floor, I won't leave the building. So, can you change your condition? Without waiting for Su Fengnian to answer, the white fox face continued, if you don't agree and want me to follow you to the Jianghu, I'll still fulfill my promise. Su Fengnian, who was still resting with his eyes closed, twitched the corner of his mouth and said, 1 spring thunder from embroidery of winter is enough. Old Huang said that one must be content with what one has to fill one's stomach and heart. Listen to this logic. No wonder he could perform those 9 swords. I think that this is what an expert is like. F***ck Wang Xinji, Dong Tai, Chao Guanzi. The white fox face closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up in the morning, the white fox face sat up abruptly. Her face was as white as snow, and the winter embroidery knife beside her was trembling and crying. When the white fox face realized that she was wearing a familiar mink coat, she quickly calmed down and laughed at herself. Chapter 75. When Su Fengnian found Jiang and I, she was carrying water to wash clothes. She was reluctant to use force to wash a few thin and white clothes. When she saw Su Fengnian, the female servant who had grown from Princess Taiping to Princess Wei Ping with great difficulty, she turned a blind eye to His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian had heard that when his second sister returned to the palace, although she ignored him, she had secretly taught a lesson to this girl who had foolishly written the Great Gung Horn Oath to kill post. Su Fengnian did not feel any heartache. He only rejoiced in her misfortune. Who told you to make trouble and not properly clean that little vegetable garden? Jiang and I seemed to see Su Fengnian's malicious smile from the corner of her eyes. Her face became even colder and she accidentally used too much force to wash the clothes. Her eyes were filled with annoyance and her movements immediately became lighter. She no longer cared about fighting with Su Fengnian. His Royal Highness was a prodigal son of a noble family who could casually make a set of Bailiang's soul-suppressing song that was known throughout the city when he was bored. And she was just a female servant who did not even dare to use force to wash a few pieces of clothes. What was the point of being angry with him? Su Fengnian looked at Jiang Ni's red and frozen cheeks. When she was not smiling, her dimples were shallow. Looking at her eyes, they were lifeless. Had she become discouraged after being taught a lesson by his second sister? Had she given up on killing him? This was not the usual style of this crazy girl. Could it be that his second sister had given her too much medicine this time? Su Fengnian thought for a moment and smiled. In the coming days, go to Wutong Yuan and read to me. 1 word for 1 won. How about this deal? Jiang and I did not even think and resolutely said, not reading. Su Fengnian said unhurriedly, You have to know that I am letting you read secret manuals from the martial library. You don't want to read? You don't want to earn this money? Jiang Ni's brows furrowed and her movements of washing clothes became even more meticulous and slow. Su Fengyan turned and left. Jiang and I snorted and continued to wash clothes with her head down. She was not going to take the bait. Su Fengyan's clicked his tongue from afar. 1 word is 1 won. 1,000 words is 100,000 strings of coins a day. Including rest, 1 year is 36,000 strings of coins of money. At the end of the year, 10,000 strings of coins of wealth. Just thinking about it, it is a pity. Jiang Ni's mouth twitched. To read 300 poems to write poems of gods. There is also an old saying they're to read 300 poems, even if you don't know how to compose poems, can compose poems, recite. To be I. Listen, my maids to my ears. To hear my. Turned a Fengyan spat. And Fieri to hin. Perhaps it was mixed with a lot of insignificant kindness, but Jiang and I ignored it or regarded it as a provocation. When His Highness Crown Prince disappeared from her peripheral vision, Jiang and I was in a daze. Although she was born in a noble family, how could a child who was only a few years old have any feelings for money? Later on, she was kidnapped and brought to the northern Liang Palace. She lived a very poor life. Now, her monthly allowance was not even 2 taels. She had a lot of money. Even 10,000 taels of silver was something she did not even dare to think about. Jiang and I did not have much interest in earning money. What really attracted her was the martial arts manuals that she could only look forward to for many years. Of course, she knew that Su Fengyan, this mean and evil person, was practicing his blade with all his might in Wudong. He did not rest for even a moment. Jiang and I could not help but ask herself, what can she do with the talisman wrapped around her arm? A few years ago, she could not kill His Royal Highness. In a few more years, even if she had 100 or 1,000 talismans, would she be able to kill him? But if she agreed to study for him, how treacherous was Su Fengyan? Wouldn't there be a trap for her to jump into? Jiang Ni's eyes were empty. She walked blankly in front of the little snowman and squatted down. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. Su Fengyan stood in the shadow, squinting at the little mudman and the little snowman. The great pillar of the country, Su Shao, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He stood behind him and chuckled, "Haven't you seen enough after more than 10 years?" Su Fengyan rolled his eyes. Su Shao saw that the spring thunder had replaced the embroidered winter. He made a sound of surprise and asked curiously, "How did you trick it?" Su Fengyan coldly snorted, "Don't play dumb with me. Is there anything in the prince's mansion that you don't know?" Su Shao smiled faintly and said, "Since you and White Fox have found the knack of the underworld, why don't you accompany me to the morning hall again?" Su Fengyan grunted in acknowledgement. He silently followed the hunchbacked Su Shao into the tide-listening pavilion. Su Fengyan threw the spring thunder and opened the door. Seeing Su Shao enter empty-handed, Su Fengyan whispered, "Aren't you going to propose a toast?" Su Shao did not even turn his head and said flatly, "No need. I'm the only one alive. What's the point of proposing a toast? No one can drink it." When they arrived at the morning hall that Su Fengyan regarded as the netherworld, Su Shao sat on a cushion and beckoned Su Fengyan to sit down with him. Su Shao waited for his son to sit down before pointing to a memorial tablet in front of him. Qin Chang, Qin Jibao's father. During the Battle of Jinliao, he gave his life in exchange for mine. Otherwise, this spot would be his today. Ek was defeated. This Wang Jian, who was known as the enemy of 10,000, held up the city gate with both hands and let me escape. His corpse was chopped into minced meat. During the campaign against West Chu, I faced off against the enemy at the Western Wall for 2 years. Everyone in the world believed that I would join forces with the West Chu Emperor and rule the world from north to south. Ma Ling, who was finally able to retire as a senior official in the capital, spoke up for me. He led a total of 14 former Bailiang generals and pledged their loyalty to me at the cost of their lives. Xing Qiu of the Eastern Yu, Fan Li, who liked to sing with his hoarse voice when he drank, also passed away. Within western Shu, just 10 miles from the imperial palace, military advisor Zhao Chongling died of illness. Just 10 miles, and he would have been able to kill the incapable ruler of western Shu who had destroyed his entire family. Han Li originally did not have the death penalty. In order to establish military discipline, I personally cut off his head. Su Shao pointed to the memorial tablets one by one. His voice was hoarse and calm but thunderous. Su Fengyan trembled all over. Su Shao stood up with a limp and straightened his back. He looked at the memorial tablets that were piled up layer by layer and sneered, "Fengyan, when you leave Xiliang, I will make a trip to the capital. I want to see who dares to take my life." With their little strength, they cannot lift the head of the butcher Su Shao. Chapter 76. Jiang and I was unwilling to read, but there were many pretty maids in Wutong Garden who fought to read to His Royal Highness. Sweet Potato's voice was the most charming, so Su Fengyan let her read some martial arts scriptures from Guanyin Nunnery in the South Sea. Green Ant's voice was more tender and ethereal, so she was responsible for some secret scriptures that were similar to swordplay. Cucumber was the most lively girl, so she was allowed to read the most heterodox scriptures in the library. Bluebird was the most upright, so she was most suitable for Taoist scriptures like the Taiping internal scripture. Those who wish to become immortals should establish 90 good deeds. Those who wish to become immortals should establish 300 good deeds. Those who wish to become immortals should establish 1,300 good deeds. Today, the green bird was reading the chapter of Supreme Mystery Induction. Su Fengyan didn't lie on the sweet potato's thigh or play with the green ant's finger like he usually did. Instead, he sat upright and still by the window. Spring thunder left its scabbard and one of his fingers slid across the blade. After obtaining the Taoist Daoist Ting, Su Fengyan's various instincts were wonderful beyond words. For example, just by listening to Bluebird reading the Taishan induction chapter, Su Fengyan felt the saliva in his mouth rushing into his body like a waterfall, flowing into his dantian, and his genuine qi flowing. His head felt like it was steaming, his limbs and bones melted, especially the inverted red date mark between his eyebrows, faintly turning from red to purple. It actually had the grand atmosphere of the Taoist master of Longhu Mountains. Purple aura comes from the east. The reason why the Daoist Ting was called Daoist Ting was because the supreme embryonic breathing technique was different from the normal Taoist Nigong Heart Sutras. Instead, it was able to form 3 Daoist Ting in one breath, born from the ancestor of the Taoist book, Laozi's I Chi San Qing. Perhaps it was because Wudong's sect leader Wang Zhonglo did not want His Royal Highness to waste his cultivation base by sitting on a mountain, so he entrusted Wang Zhonglo with 2 matters. Su Fengyan opened his eyes and said with a laugh, "Sect leader Wang said that the Great Yellow Court is a stream of flowing water. If I cannot continuously improve myself within 10 years and turn it into my own use, sooner or later it will vanish into nothingness." I don't think he was just trying to scare me. Furthermore, the old Daoist was afraid that I wouldn't know how to pick up the treasures after he led me into the treasure mountain, so he specially explained the 6 heavenly pavilions of the Great Yellow Palace, which are the 6 realms. This is very similar to the 6th floor of the Tide Listening Pavilion. Now that White Fox's face is about to go to the 3rd floor, I've only just stepped into the building. Bluebird put down the bamboo scroll of Taishan and asked, "How much has your highness enlightened?" Su Fengyan sheathed the spring thunder saber that he was gradually getting familiar with. He pointed at his glabella and said with a smile, "For the Great Yellow Court, it's not difficult to enlighten. The difficult part is to retain the 3 pure ones qi. The more enlightened I become, the more I lose. If I slack off for even a day, I won't be able to make ends meet. This Wudong sect leader is ruthless to himself, but even more ruthless to me." Bluebird was stunned for a moment, but she smiled without saying anything. Su Fengyan took a strand of Bluebird's hair and silently recited, "Lotus blooms on the clear water of the jade pond, the body and the body will not wither without sickness. Both the body and the spirit will not die, and the immortal will be able to ascend the heavenly gate with one step." Bluebird was puzzled and asked, "Your Highness, which book did this prophecy come from?" Su Fengyan stroked her soft hair and said self-deprecatingly, You don't allow me to make up some nonsense? Bluebird was in high spirits. Second rank made Cucumber hid at the door sneakily, as if she was unwilling to come in. This was abnormal. Su Fengyan laughed and scolded, "Do you plan to stand there for the rest of your life?" Cucumber reluctantly entered the room and whispered, "Your Highness, that girl surnamed Jiang is in the courtyard. Why don't I drive her away?" Su Fengyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Let her in. Don't think that I don't know that during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you acted on your own initiative and forbade Yue from picking the osmanthus flowers. How come I heard that in Wutong Garden, you love to eat the osmanthus cakes she makes the most? You can eat a big box of food at a time. I was wondering why you gained so much weight this winter. Is it all because of the osmanthus cakes? If you continue to gain weight, you'll have to change out of your old clothes." Cucumber's face turned red. Su Fengyan waved his hand and the clever maid went out of the room to bring Jiang and I in. Bluebird took the initiative to leave. Su Fengyan looked at Jiang and Jiang and I looked at Su Fengyan. Neither of them admitted defeat. It depended on who had more patience. When Su Fengyan calmly picked up the bamboo scroll, Supreme Mystery Sensing Chapter, Jiang and I said fiercely, "Is the deal you mentioned still valid?" Su Fengyan didn't play dumb and said directly, "It's still valid." Jiang and I didn't have the consciousness of begging and said, "I'll only read for you if you pay 2 copper coins per word." Su Fengyan said firmly, "There's no room for discussion. 1 copper coin per word." Jiang and I said calmly, 2 copper coins." Su Fengyan looked at her and shook his head. 1 copper coin. Jiang and I turned and left. Su Fengyan smiled. 1 copper coin per word. You can read more books every day. You can still read me until I'm broke. Jiang and I walked to the door and hesitated. Su Fengyan smiled. The Supreme Mystery Sensing Chapter, in my hand has 6,000 words. After you finish reading it, I'll give you 7 copper coins. How about it? Jiang and I turned and went back into the house. The deal didn't break down. However, she stood in the corner furthest away from His Royal Highness with a cold face and stretched out her hand. Su Fengyan knew her bad temper and threw the Supreme Mystery Sensing Chapter to her. Jiang and I takes over the bamboo slips. The rope between the bamboo slips is badly worn. At first glance, he can tell that it is a treasure in any Taoist temple. He is even angrier. This antique is at least a few hundred years old. How can he throw it casually? What if it falls apart? Since he was so generous, he still haggled over 1 copper coin or 2 copper coins with her. Su Fengyan probably guessed Jiang Ni's thoughts and said with a smile, "Are you feeling bad? After all, it belongs to me. I can use it however I want. But if it needs to leave my hands, I have to be careful." 1 copper coin. Su Fengyan looked out the window and laughed. Only old Huang and the little girl understood the fun and mystery behind this. Jiang and I began to read the scripture. Her voice and sentences were inevitably a bit choppy. Su Fengyan didn't care. He didn't have any talent, but his memory had never lost to anyone. Why did he spend money to let Jiang and I read the Supreme Mystery Sensing Chapter and other martial arts manuals? Jiang and I didn't understand. She also didn't want to understand. She only hoped to read some superior martial arts and secretly memorize them. Then, one day, she would be able to insert the talisman into His Royal Highness' chest. Su Fengyan finally came back to his senses. He changed into a casual position and listened to Jiang Ni's voice. He looked at the little girl who was holding the bamboo scroll and reading attentively. His eyes were no longer like stagnant water. There was some life in them. Su Fengyan, who was full of evil tricks, didn't know why she was reading attentively. Only Su Shao, the great pillar of the country, knew why she was reading attentively. That day, when they walked out of the morning hall, Su Shao joked, "If Jiang and I is lucky enough to kill you in the future, she will most likely kill herself. Without an enemy like you, there seems to be no meaning in her life anymore. But if she knows that she can't kill you, she will be as good as dead." Su Fengyan said softly, "You read the word, flag, incorrectly." Jiang and I paused and read the sentence again. Su Fengyan laughed. "This sentence doesn't count." Jiang and I didn't resist. She just emphasized reading. Su Fengyan gathered his thoughts. He closed his eyes and breathed with the sentence, long and rhythmic. Seeing her pause, Su Fengnian opened his eyes. He thought for a moment and held back his laughter, reminding her, Qi knew, Jiang and I, who didn't recognize the word Qi, blushed slightly. Su Fengnian said with a straight face, deduct 10 coins. Jiang and I snorted. She was probably in the wrong and didn't argue. She didn't think that she would be deducted 60 to 70 coins in the blink of an eye because she didn't recognize 6 or 7 words. Jiang and I, whose mouth was dry, first had red eyes. Finally, when she heard Su Fengnian's emotionless deduct 10 coins, she suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 77. Taoism had a saying of 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands. In the previous dynasty, the 9 pecks of rice sect's old immortal Ma Chengzhu was the most popular. At that time, Mount Longhu was only listed as the 26th blessed land of Taoism, and it didn't have any paradises. Compared to Mount Wudong, it seemed to be too inferior. However, since it became the ancestral court of Taoism, Taoist Master Zhao of Mount Longhu had been teaching in the Taoist mansion for 40 generations. Every Taoist master could be conferred a title by the imperial court. In addition to the title of Taoist master, he was also an official of the first or second rank. He could summon people and teach the emperor health and disease prevention techniques. This generation's great celestial master Zhao Danxia and the Grand Chancellor of the Shangyin Academy had both become state masters. The previous generation's celestial master was only in charge of the affairs of the various Taoist sects in Jiangnan. This generation's celestial master was in charge of all the Taoist sects in the world. Xiaoyao Temple was a small temple on Mount Longhu. There were few people, let alone incense. Taoist Mansion probably couldn't stand it anymore. They didn't want the oldest Taoist temple on the mountain to be short of rice, so they could only provide some silver every month. Xiaoyao Temple didn't belong to Mount Longhu Taoist Court. It was only 2 generations ago that it was under the name of Taoist Mansion. So far, there were no more Buddhist temples on Mount Longhu. Even an old temple like Xiaoyao Temple couldn't support it. Taoists who were different from Zhengyi school had moved out of Mount Longhu one after another. At this time, there was an old Taoist master surnamed Zhao living in Xiaoyao Temple, Zhao Shituan. If outsiders heard it for the first time, they wouldn't take it seriously and would think that it was an old guy who entered Mount Longhu. There were 3 Taoist masters surnamed Zhao living in Mount Longhu, but don't think that the surname Zhao on the mountain was necessarily great. Only the Taoist masters of Mount Longhu in Taoist Mansion were the leaders of this Taoist capital. The headmaster of this generation of Mount Longhu was the Dan generation, followed by Jing, Ning, Ling, Jing, and Guan. In the temple, the old Taoist master Zhao Shituan looked at the courtyard full of hawthorns that had been exposed to wind, sun, snow, and rain. They had long dried up, so how could he eat them? The withered youth squatted in the courtyard, looking a little embarrassed. The old Taoist stood by the side. Today was a good day for a hero to talk about his past bravery. He leisurely said, Long Xiang, when I was young, I loved to entertain the mountains and rivers. When I was young, I was well versed in the 8 trigrams. There were no books that I didn't read, and I floated out into the world. Back then, the ancestors on the mountain loved me so much that they were confused, but I didn't care about the false reputation of being a minister. I wandered around for more than 30 years before returning to the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, I did some things like imparting scriptures and writing seals to cure diseases and disasters. I was almost invited to the palace by the old emperor to talk about the Huang Lao Shu. Although many people in the Taoist mansion have been to the capital and entered the imperial palace, that's because they also have the surname Zhao. Long Xiang, don't look at the hawthorns. Talk to me. We don't talk much every day. Outsiders will think that I don't care about you. My disciple, why don't I teach you the great dream of spring and autumn that our ancestor only passed down to me? This is a Daoist immortal art that even my arrogant nephew couldn't comprehend. I'm only able to protect this carefree temple because of this great dream of spring and autumn. This mantra is comparable to Wudong's big yellow court. I can sleep for 3 years now because the old ancestor is amazing. It's said that it's not difficult to sleep for 60 years. I wonder if the old ancestor immortalized back then. The old Taoist saw the youth's expressionless face and felt a little bored talking to himself. He yawned and was about to fall asleep. His left leg was bent on the ground and his right leg was placed on top of his left leg. He held his chin with one hand and fell asleep. There was no chair under the old Daoist's buttocks, but his body swayed back and forth without falling. The old Daoist of Mount Longhu's Hope generation held his chin with one hand as if he was holding a sword while the fingers of his left hand were like hooks, forming the double yang meridian incantation. The old man's murmur could be heard, sleep in spring and autumn, 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 the stone root lies high and forgets the year. Without a blanket, without a quilt, heaven and earth as a bed, draped with a bright moon. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and Mount Tai was destroyed. 10,000 feet of seawater fell from the sky. Black dragons screamed, and ghosts and gods were frightened. I was sleeping soundly. Outside the courtyard, there was a young Daoist dressed in a noble yellow Daoist robe. He stood still with his eyes closed and muttered, "Eyes to the nose to the door of life, the heart to the interior." His breathing was continuous as he silently held on. The void was extremely quiet. Within the true energy floating core pool, inside the divine water ring 5. Call Jiading, summon the spirits of the 100. My God is out of the 9 palaces, roaming the green and jade. Looking at the sea in my dream, yin and yang are mentioned in the smoke. I don't know that 500 years have passed since the spring and autumn period. Su Longxiang saw that the old Daoist beside him was dozing off and refused to leave, so he got up and left the courtyard. The pleasure temple was not at the top of the mountain, but at the foot of the mountain. It was indeed a world of difference from the Taoist master's residence. However, when he went out, he could see the green dragon stream that was wrapped around the mountain like a jade ribbon. Su Longxiang walked to the stream and stared blankly at the 2 bamboo rafts tied to the bank. The youth was afraid of water, so he naturally did not dare to board the rafts and follow the stream. The young man in the yellow Daoist robe stood proudly by the stream and sneered, "Idiot surnamed Su, to think that Taoist master she taught you how to sleep in the spring and autumn period. Do you understand? If you don't, then go back to Bailiang. Dragon Tiger Mountain is not a place for idiots like you to stay." Su Longxiang turned a deaf ear and stared blankly at the stream. Although the young Daoist with the strange face mocked, he kept a distance from Huang Manor. The last time he came to the pleasure temple to visit his ancestor, he accidentally stepped on a hawthorn and was almost chased from the foot of the mountain to the top by this idiot. He was in a very sorry state. Many Daoist sisters and aunts on the mountain laughed at him for a long time. It was a great humiliation. However, he could see that the idiot was afraid of water. Seeing that Su Longxiang had finally turned his head, the young Daoist floated to the bamboo raft. With a light tap of his foot, the raft slowly slid to the other side of the stream. It seemed that the young Daoist had played a trick. The bamboo raft stopped in the middle of the stream. On the bamboo raft stood 5 or 6 scholars who came to Dragon Tiger Mountain in search of immortality. When they saw this mysterious scene, they were in an uproar. The Daoist laughed and said, "Huang Manor, if you have the ability, then come. I heard that you have 2 sisters. One is dissolute and the other is fishing for fame." Su Longxiang was indifferent. The Daoist continued to mock. "You have an older brother? I heard that the princess consort died because of this good-for-nothing His Royal Highness?" Su Longxiang suddenly raised his head. The Daoist laughed and said, "Come, I'll wait for you." Su Longxiang, who was squatting, did not completely stand up. Like a leopard, he bent his waist and rushed forward. In an instant he swept to the bank of the stream. However, he did not jump into the stream. Instead, he stepped on the front of the bamboo raft. Immediately, the broad and sturdy bamboo raft was pried out of the water and stood upright. One of his hands was like a knife, cutting the thick ropes that held the bamboo raft together. With a push of his hands, he tore the bamboo raft apart. Su Longxiang quickly picked up the remains of the bamboo raft and threw them out. Just the sound alone was ear-piercing. It was like a tiger's roar. From this, it could be seen how great the strength was. The rain of arrows fell. The yellow-clothed Daoist's face was flustered. No matter how he moved, he could not escape from the bamboo arrows. He used all his strength and only managed to deflect some of the bamboo arrows. These arrows exploded the moment they entered the stream. The stream around the Daoist splashed like a fountain. When the last bamboo arrow pierced his face, the young Daoist had already resigned himself to his fate. A middle-aged Daoist, who was also wearing a yellow Daoist robe, appeared out of thin air. He floated to the bamboo raft with his left hand behind his waist and his right hand stuck to the bamboo. On the surface, he looked calm, but the bamboo raft was rapidly moving backward. When it stopped moving, the middle-aged Daoist had already shot the bamboo back at Su Longxiang, who was the strongest in the world. Chapter 78. The first chapter. I stopped updating due to heatstroke because I couldn't update, not because I didn't want to. I thought my attitude was fine. So now that my soul has returned, I have to show my attitude. Let's see how many chapters one can update today, and see if I can make up for the missing chapters in the next 2 days. If Su Longxiang was honest and stupid, he was the kind of idiot who didn't hurt people or animals, who loved to do things like watching ants moving house. If he was in a good mood, even if the servants secretly called him an idiot, the second son of the king of Baoyang would always smile in response. However, if he was in a bad mood, he would be unapproachable. Seeing the bamboo shoot back, the ferocious-looking Su Longxiang didn't dodge. He just stretched out his claw and tried to crush the bamboo. Probably because he underestimated the speed of the bamboo arrow, Su Longxiang wasn't able to hold it. The bamboo pierced through the gap between his 5 fingers and went straight to his face. Su Longxiang wasn't shocked or scared, and he still let the bamboo hit his forehead like a sharp sword. On the contrary, the middle-aged Taoist in the yellow robe was shocked. He originally thought that this fool with the strength of dragon and elephant would dodge. Originally, the fight between children was just a quarrel. Regardless of his status or cultivation, he wouldn't interfere. However, the bamboo arrow shot by the second son of the pillar of Baoyang was really ruthless. If he didn't make a move, he would end up paralyzed for life. Therefore, after landing on the bamboo raft, he couldn't help but increase the strength of his counterattack. It was inappropriate to fight with Su Longxiang. If he hurt this child, it would be even more troublesome. Not to mention that behind Su Longxiang was the king of Baoyang who almost wanted to press down the head of the dragon and tiger without permission. Even Grandpa Shi Tuan in the Shaoyao Taoist temple who didn't make a move was not someone he could disobey. So what if he wore the yellow robe of the Taoist master residence? His father, Zhao Danxia, was already a Taoist minister and the leader of the world's orthodoxy. Didn't he still have to call Grandpa Shi Tuan uncle? Unexpectedly, the middle-aged Daoist realized that he had worried too much. When the powder scattered, Su Longxiang's eyes were scarlet red, and the 2 strands of yellow hair at his temples, which were longer than normal people's, floated up. From the first day he came to Mount Longhu, he had been wearing his hair down, and now it was even more fluttering. His clothes were round and shriveled in an instant. When he inhaled, they swelled, and when he exhaled, they shrank. The stream near him coincided with Su Longxiang's qi, faintly forming an absurd scene of rising and falling tides. His breathing technique was originally the most basic breathing technique of Mount Longhu. Who would have thought that this Huang manner would take half a year to master it? But once he had mastered it, it would be so frightening. Father, this idiot's appearance is too horrifying. Could it be that he is the legendary demon Venerable? The young Daoist had regained most of his courage now that he had a backer. But when he saw the extraordinary phenomenon on Su Longxiang's body and suffered twice in a row, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Before Grandpa Shi Tuan went down the mountain, he said that this second son of the Great Pillar State who didn't open his acupoints was the reincarnation of Zhenwu Great Emperor. He wasn't Hong Shixiang who was born with 1 more acupoint than ordinary people. Between the 2 of them, who is the immortal and who is the devil, the fate of Mount Longhu and Mount Wudong for the next 500 years is probably a gamble. The middle-aged Daoist carefully stared at Su Longxiang who was bursting with murderous intent. He was just a little curious but not shocked. As the first Huang Zi, nobleman of the Taoist master's residence, Zhao Jingchen had seen too many things that ordinary people couldn't appreciate. As for the words of Grandpa Shi Tuan, he actually didn't take it seriously. It was acceptable to tie the fate of a family to one person, but it was too childish to bet the fate of a country and a mountain on one person. As for his son Zhao Ningyun, who was naughty by nature but had great spiritual qi, Zhao Jingchen, who was nominally the first person of the Jing generation, was 80 to 90% satisfied with him. Therefore, he was willing to share some secrets. 500 years of fortune and misfortune is too big to be taken seriously. It's already good to have 50 years. Moreover, is it true that Hong Shixiang of Mount Wudong and Su Longxiang in front of us is the demon-rinsing primogenitor? According to the ancient records and calculations, Xuanwu Great Emperor hasn't been born in the world for 1,600 years. How could he coincidentally appear when Mount Longhu is suppressing Mount Wudong? Zhao Ningyun, who gradually came to his senses, chuckled and said, "If it's true, father, then we're doomed." Zhao Jingchen laughed softly and said, "Doomed? My Taoist master mansion of Mount Longhu has produced 64 immortals in more than 1,000 years. Can't we defeat Xuanwu Great Emperor?" At the mention of this, even the frivolous Zhao Ningyun felt a sense of pride. These 64 immortals were not the strange legends recorded in the countryside. When the great Taoist master ascended to immortality, the Taoist master mansion would record every detail in detail, including the mysteries of heaven, the geography, the relationships between people, whether they were riding on dragons, phoenixes, or rainbows. Everything would be recorded in order to ensure that not a single word was missing. There was no room for falsehood. If one were to talk about how illustrious a family was, even the emperors of the mortal world couldn't compare to the Zhao family of Mount Longhu. Zhao Jingchen didn't seem to make any movements, but the bamboo raft flowed downstream, as if she didn't intend to continue her confrontation with Su Longxiang. She saw the yellow-haired child on the shore running wildly with the bamboo raft, kicking up pebbles with the tip of his feet, kicking them towards the bamboo raft. Zhao Jingchen stretched out a hand, sparkling and translucent like white jade, and gently pressed down, causing the pebbles to fall into the stream. Chapter 79. It was the same for more than 30 stones. However, as time passed, Zhao Jingchen began to feel the strain. Not only did the stones speed up, they also became heavier and heavier. There was no way in the world to only exhale and not absorb qi. However, Su Longxiang did not give him the chance to absorb qi. The stones continued to rain down on Zhao Jingchen and Zhao Ningyun from the Taoist master's residence. Why would Su Longxiang care if you are a noble? Moreover, his elder brother, Su Fengyan, His Royal Highness, was different from Wudong Mountain. He knew that Princess Sui Zhu was a Princess Sui Zhu, yet he still pulled out his sword. Not to mention that he had a madman and an idiot as a father, Su Shao. During the martial arts catastrophe, Mount Longhu was the #1 sect in the imperial court. Zhao Danxia was the grand preceptor. One of the Taoist masters said something unpleasant that was overheard by the Great Pillar State. Not only did the original vanguard of Mount Song divert their horses to Mount Longhu, but he also urgently transferred more than 4,000 Bailiang soldiers from 9 battalions and stationed them at the foot of Mount Longhu. This was not enough. Some of the Jianghu people who were recruited into the Bailiang military system under the Great Pillar State's policy of Jianghu dogs biting each other were all eager to fight Su Shao. A Taoist master's head is equivalent to a tiger-shaped tally for a 4th-rank general, and a life from the Taoist master's residence can be spared from a capital crime in the future. Su Shao sat on his horse and sternly said to a purple-clothed Taoist priest from the Taoist master's residence who came to show weakness, "Mount Longhu? I don't believe that I can't suppress your Mount Longhu." No one doubted that Su Shao was putting on an act. If the imperial edict that caused the death of a few post horses had not arrived in time, the Bailiang cavalry would have killed their way to Mount Longhu. No matter how good Zhao Jingchen's qi cultivation was, he couldn't withstand Su Longxiang's endless onslaught of stones, especially his indecent bearing. Although the residents of the Taoist master had never had a tradition of the eldest son or grandson becoming the head of the sect, the disciples of the heavens residents who held this position all possessed a kind of restrained arrogance. Zhao Jingchen was even more so. His Taoist techniques, sword techniques, and inner strength were all outstanding, and he didn't disgrace the yellow Taoist robe he wore. Unfortunately, in his generation, there were two more outstanding Taoist priests. One was the world-famous Taoist priest White Lotus, Bai Yu. He was the one who shocked the world during the Buddhist and Taoist debate on the Lotus Peak. This Taoist priest didn't learn the martial arts of Mount Longhu, but instead buried himself in ancient scriptures and classics. His knowledge was comparable to that of the four Taoist masters. 2 years ago, he entered the palace and had an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. He spoke in a rebellious manner, saying that the emperor shouldn't look down on the art of longevity. This actually made the emperor very happy, and he was given an extremely honorable purple Taoist robe. He was even bestowed with the title Master White Lotus by the emperor. If there was only one Master White Lotus who wasn't in the residence of the Taoist master, Zhao Jingchen wouldn't be worried. Unfortunately, there was a little Taoist master in the residence of the Taoist master. If his father and the other two heavenly masters were to hear that he was so calculative with Su Longxiang, what would happen to him? Zhao Jingchen smiled bitterly. Forget it, he reached out and lifted his son Zhao Ningyun's sleeve. He tried his best to knock down 6 or 7 stones, and the two of them floated to the shore. They were about to go up the mountain to the residence of the Taoist master. No matter how difficult Su Longxiang was to deal with, he wouldn't dare to go to the residence of the Taoist master. No matter how good Grandpa Shituan's patience was, he wouldn't be able to sit still. When Su Longxiang saw that the two Taoist priests in yellow were about to run away, he roared and took a dozen steps back. Then he took a few big steps forward. Dust flew and several new pits appeared on the ground. When Su Longxiang left the shore, he used the force to soar into the air and rush toward the father and son in yellow. After all, Zhao Jingchen was not a clay bodhisattva without anger. Seeing that this fool didn't know what was good for him and wanted to pester him, he snorted angrily and waved his sleeve. First, he slowly pushed Zhao Ningyun a few feet away. Then, he turned back to the shore. He sprinted in the same way as Su Longxiang, but only the dust on the ground was slightly floating. He didn't have the momentum of Huang Man Er's footsteps. Zhao Jingchen didn't collide with Su Longxiang in the air. He tiptoed in the air and rolled up his sleeves. His body went up a level and appeared right on top of Su Longxiang's head. The number 1 person of the Jing generation in Longhu Mountain suddenly used the 1,000 caddy fall. He stepped on Su Longxiang's shoulders and shouted, "Bold idiot, get down." Su Longxiang had nowhere to use his brute force and could only fall into the stream. "You're the idiot." Zhao Jingchen had just floated back to the shore when he vaguely heard a sigh. A sleeping old Taoist rose from the ground of the free and unfettered temple and swept into the sky like a hawk. He dived into the stream and splashed up endless water. The water flow stagnated as if the old Taoist had cut off the green dragon stream. The old Taoist picked up Su Longxiang and flew back to the free and unfettered temple. He said in a deep voice, "Quickly return to the top of the mountain." The old Taoist didn't seem to dare to carry Su Longxiang for a moment longer. He threw the disheveled-haired youth away and said sadly, "Alas, the 1,800 years of the free and unfettered temple can't be preserved." It was the first time Zhao Jingchen saw Grandpa Shituan so anxious and lost. He didn't dare to stay. He took Zhao Ningyun and rushed up the mountain. He heard a soul-shaking howl coming from the free and unfettered temple. It was very similar to the 6 demons barking on the devil-slaying platform at the top of the lotus flower. The hustle and bustle around the free and unfettered temple lasted from noon to dusk. In the twilight, the old Taoist robe was tattered and his hair was messy. He sighed. The free and unfettered temple was mostly ruined. He sat on the broken walls. The yellow-haired youth who had finally calmed down was lying on the edge of an ancient well in the backyard. An old turtle with 2 or 3 little turtles appeared and climbed up the edge of the well. They seemed to have a good relationship with the youth. The old Taoist sighed. This ancient well was called Tongyu. It was obvious that it was very deep. The older generation of the free and unfettered temple once jokingly said that it was as deep as the 9 springs. Moreover, this well was connected to Wudong. It was a twin well with the Tong Xian on Wudong's little lotus peak. The old Taoist certainly didn't believe this saying. However, after learning from the letter that His Royal Highness was practicing on Wudong Mountain, He was happy to tell his disciple Su Longxiang that this well was connected to Wang. Therefore, the yellow-haired Su Longxiang didn't pick hawthorns. If he was in a good mood, he would learn a bit of the dragon and tiger Taoist school's breathing exercises. If he was in a bad mood, he would lie by the ancient well and stare blankly. Su Longxiang grabbed a handful of hawthorns and carefully threw them into the well water. He said naively, "Brother, eat hawthorns." The old Daoist heaved a heavy sigh. How am I supposed to tell His Highness the Crown Prince about this? Should I tell him or not? The old Taoist, who claimed to be second in the Longhu Temple in judging people's physiognomy, hesitated for a moment. Thinking of the evil spirit behind Su Fengyan's smiling face, he said bitterly, "Just tell the truth. Take it as a reminder to the Taoist master mansion."